I had been a park ranger for nearly 7 years, and over that time I'd learned the rhythm of the wilderness, the predictable unpredictability of nature, and the subtle signs that something wasn't right. The park I worked at was sprawling and rugged, a mix of dense pine forests, rocky ridges, and deep valleys. Most days the work was quiet, trail maintenance, checking on campers, ensuring no one left a fire unattended, but there was always a tension under the surface, the sense that you were never truly alone. It started on a late August afternoon. The air was thick with humidity, the kind that makes your clothes cling to your back, and the sun was lowering behind the ridges, casting long, crooked shadows across the forest floor. I had spent the day checking the upper trails near the old lookout ridge, noting where erosion had undermined the path and where the riverbank had started to slide. By the time I reached my truck at the trailhead, I was covered in sweat, dirt, and a fine layer of pine dust. I loaded my gear into the truck, checked the radio, and noticed a report from the lower campgrounds. It was routine at first. A hiker had called saying they might have seen a bear near the south entrance of the park. Nothing unusual, except that the south entrance was one of the least trafficked areas. Most bears would stick to the northern sectors where hikers were more common. Still, I didn't think much of it at the time. Bears weren't rare. Encounters were. The sun had nearly disappeared behind the trees by the time I reached the south entrance. I parked my truck and stepped out, the damp air pressing against me, smelling faintly of pine and wet earth. The forest here was denser, older, and almost oppressive. The path into the woods was narrow, overgrown, and barely marked. I grabbed my flashlight and radio and started walking. Each step on the leaf-covered trail made a soft crunch, and the only sound was the occasional caw of a distant crow. At first, everything seemed normal. Birds called from the treetops, and the wind rustled the branches. But then I noticed something that made my stomach tighten. The trees to my left had marks, deep claw scratches, not like a bear, too precise, too vertical, as if someone or something had deliberately carved them into the bark. I knelt down and looked closer. There were small, shallow indentations on the ground, footprints of some kind. Not human, but not completely animal either. An odd shape, elongated with deep grooves. I pulled out my radio. "Dispatch, this is Ranger Thomas. I found unusual tracks on the South Trail near Marker 7. Not sure what they are. Requesting confirmation or any other reports. Static." Then a voice, calm and even. "Copy that, Thomas." Nothing else reported. "Be careful, over." I stood and shone my flashlight along the trail. My light caught movement, a shadow, something slipping between the trees, faster than any human could move. I froze. My mind tried to rationalize it. Maybe a deer, maybe a large raccoon, maybe a fox. But the movement was deliberate. Too direct, too silent. It wasn't foraging. It was watching. I moved forward slowly, keeping my flashlight sweeping. The tracks became more frequent, and then I saw it, a torn backpack, partially hidden under a fallen log, ripped open as if something had torn through it in haste. I picked up the remnants. A few personal items, water bottle, a pair of gloves, scattered and scratched. Whoever had left them here, or whatever had left them here, was still close. I started back toward my truck, keeping my eyes peeled. That's when I heard it, a low, dragging sound, like boots on wet earth just beyond the range of my flashlight. My heart rate jumped. I called into the radio, trying to keep my voice calm. "Dispatch, I need backup. There's someone, or something, moving near Marker 8. I can't see them, over." Silence. I tightened my grip on the flashlight and started moving faster. The sound followed, matching my pace, sometimes falling behind, sometimes just at the edge of hearing. I rounded a bend and froze. The trail opened into a small clearing, and the sight that met me made my stomach drop. There were more backpacks, shredded, scattered, some with personal items strewn into the underbrush. And there were footprints, dozens of them, crisscrossing in every direction, some deep, some shallow, all leading away from the clearing into the thickest part of the woods. I knew then that this wasn't just a lost hiker. Something had been here for hours, maybe days, and it wasn't scared of being seen. The methodical destruction of the belongings, the way the footprints moved, it felt intentional, predatory. I called for backup again, urgency creeping into my voice. Dispatch, I need immediate backup. This isn't a bear. Multiple sets of tracks, belongings destroyed. Someone is out here. Over. Static. I took out my map and compass, trying to plan a safe route back to the truck. The sun had completely gone down. Darkness pressed in, heavy and suffocating. My flashlight revealed only a few meters ahead. Beyond that, the forest swallowed everything. Every sound, the snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves. The distant call of an owl made me jump. I decided to move diagonally through the woods rather than backtrack, hoping to reach a service road marked on the map. I knew the area well, but the underbrush was thick and the terrain uneven. Each step required careful attention. I kept scanning, listening, every nerve on edge. Hours passed, or maybe minutes, I couldn't tell. The forest felt endless, oppressive. And then I heard it again, movement behind me, faster this time, almost running. I froze, pressed myself against a tree, holding my breath. The sound circled, stopped, then disappeared. My mind raced. Whoever or whatever it was knew I was here. They weren't just moving randomly. Finally, I broke into a slow jog, trying to reach the service road. The moon was low, barely illuminating the trail, and my flashlight flickered from low battery. I cursed under my breath and forced myself to keep going. Then I stumbled upon a scene that made my blood run cold. A small campsite, abandoned hastily. There were footprints leading to and from it, deeper than the others, as if whoever, or whatever, was moving through the area was carrying weight. I noticed something else. Marks on the trees, rope frayed and cut, deep gouges in the earth, like a struggle had occurred. I realized with a chill that this wasn't just a random intruder. This was organized. This was someone experienced in moving through the forest, someone who knew how to avoid detection, someone who had been watching for days, maybe weeks. By then, exhaustion was overwhelming, but fear was sharper. I kept moving, listening for any sound. And then, in the distance, I saw the faint glimmer of headlights from the service road. Relief flooded me, but I didn't slow down. I had to make it there. When I finally reached the road, I ran into a small patrol vehicle and called for extraction. Backup arrived within minutes. As we searched the area by flashlight and later by vehicle-mounted spotlights, we found the remnants of the intruder's movements, abandoned gear, more disturbed campsites, shallow dug holes in soft soil, and footprints that led deeper into terrain we couldn't safely follow at night. Nothing conclusive, no capture, no confrontation. Days later, we pieced together what might have happened. A survivalist, someone living off the land illegally, moving through the park, avoiding all patrols, perhaps even watching the trails for rangers. It explained the precision of the damage, the lack of visible human presence despite evidence, the deliberate chaos. It could have been anyone who knew how to exist unseen in the forest, and for all we knew, they might still be out there. The worst part wasn't that I was scared. It was that I realized how vulnerable the forest made you, how easily someone could hide in its shadows for days, watching, waiting, without a trace. I kept returning to the south trails for months after, making sure campers were safe, marking signs, tracking new evidence. But the memory never left. The sound of footsteps just out of reach, the sight of shredded packs, the eerie feeling of being watched in the dark. It was the kind of fear that didn't fade because it wasn't supernatural. It was real, it was human, and it could be anywhere. Eventually, I managed to rebuild my confidence, patrolling with more caution, carrying extra equipment, and keeping constant communication. I knew the park was safer with vigilance, not luck. The intruder was never caught, but the experience taught me something vital. The forest doesn't need to be haunted to be terrifying. Humans can be far scarier than any ghost, and sometimes surviving means knowing that fear, respecting it, and moving carefully through the shadows it casts. I became a park ranger because I loved the quiet of the forest, the way the wind cut through the trees, and the way the sun scattered across the leaves in the early morning. I liked being alone, liked feeling like the forest was mine to watch over. I had spent years learning every trail, every hidden path, every fallen tree, and the subtle signs of animals passing through. The solitude was comforting until it became something else entirely. It was late spring when it started, right after the thaw. The forest was wet from melted snow, the streams running higher than usual and the ground soft and muddy. I had been assigned to a remote section of the park, miles from the nearest road. The trails there were little more than deer paths, winding through dense pines and tangled underbrush. I packed my usual gear: radio, map, compass, first aid kit, flashlight, extra batteries, and a thermos of coffee that I knew would go cold before I finished it. I drove my old Ranger truck as far as the narrow dirt road allowed, then parked and continued on foot. The first few days were normal. I checked the usual spots for illegal camping, signs of poaching, and areas where hikers might get lost. I marked trails, cleared fallen branches, and made mental notes of the wildlife movements. The deer had been plentiful, and I spotted tracks of foxes and coyotes near the creek. Birds sang in the mornings, and the forest smelled of wet earth and pine resin. But something about that section of the park felt off from the start. There were no abandoned campsites, no signs of humans in weeks, yet I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. At first I dismissed it. I'd been in this forest long enough to know that every sound, cracking twigs, rustling leaves, distant animal cries, was natural. But there were moments, fleeting and subtle, that didn't fit. It began with the paths. I would mark a trail on my map, walk it, and return to find small signs that something had passed after me. Footprints in the mud, broken branches, moved stones. At first I assumed deer or coyotes, but the prints were larger, too human-shaped, though irregular, like someone was walking on the balls of their feet. The first night I noticed it, I was setting up my temporary camp near a creek. The water was shallow, clear, and cold, and I drank directly from it before making a small fire. The wind was calm, the forest silent except for the occasional croak of a frog. That's when I heard it, the low snapping of a branch about 50 yards from the fire. I froze. The sound wasn't sudden. It was slow, deliberate, and careful. Whoever or whatever it was moving cautiously. I strained my eyes in the darkness, but the trees were too thick. I told myself it was an animal. The next day, while following a deer trail deeper into the woods, I found more signs. There were disturbed patches of earth where it looked like someone had dug, though I couldn't see what had been unearthed. Small twigs were snapped, and again, there were human-like footprints that didn't match any size or pattern I knew. I carried my radio, calling in routine updates, but the signal was spotty. Each time I finished a report, I would scan the area, half expecting to see movement, but there was nothing. By the third day, the sense of unease became unbearable. I started noticing other things, subtle changes in the environment. Branches that had been intact the day before were broken, leaves trampled in places I hadn't walked. My food supply, which I stored in sealed containers, seemed slightly disturbed, though nothing was missing. I began double-checking my campsite every night, moving my fire closer to the tent, keeping my flashlight on hand even while I slept. Sleep was short, fitful, and full of dreams that left me waking up gasping. On the fourth day, I hiked to a ridge overlooking the valley below. The view was breathtaking. Endless trees stretching to the horizon, a river winding through the green like a ribbon of silver. But something caught my eye. A flash of movement at the far edge of the forest, too deliberate to be a deer or fox. It was quick, gone before I could focus. I felt my chest tighten. I sat there for a long time, scanning, listening. That night, back at camp, I found footprints leading up to the edge of my fire circle, stopping abruptly as if the person, or creature, had been watching me from the darkness. I knew then that this wasn't an animal. It had to be human. My mind raced through possibilities: poachers, someone lost, someone hiding. But the tracks were too careful, too skilled, like they knew exactly how to avoid leaving too much evidence. I considered leaving immediately, driving back to the ranger station, but something made me stay. Part of me wanted to know, wanted to see who or what was out there. That decision would haunt me. The next few days were a blur of tension and fear. Every movement in the forest set my nerves on edge. The tracks were everywhere now, following me along trails, near water sources, close to my campsite. I never saw anyone, but the signs were deliberate. Sometimes I would find small items left behind, an empty can, a piece of cloth snagged on a branch, even a sharpened stick pushed into the mud as if marking a trail. It was like someone was playing a game, letting me know they were there without actually revealing themselves. On the 6th day, I decided to follow one of the tracks further than I had before. The trail led deep into a section of the forest I had never been. The trees were thicker, the canopy darker, the air damp and cold even in the late morning sun. The ground was littered with debris, broken branches, old leaves, and stones. I moved carefully, stepping only where I could see, my hand on my radio, flashlight strapped to my belt. The footprints led to a clearing, circular, surrounded by high pines. In the center, there were signs of recent activity. A fire pit, stones arranged in a rough circle, and faint markings in the dirt that looked like some kind of symbols or codes. I froze. This wasn't a casual hiker or poacher. Whoever had been here was meticulous, careful, and perhaps dangerous. My heart pounded in my chest. I circled the clearing, examining the markings. They seemed too precise to be random. As I studied them, I noticed something else. The footprints hadn't ended in the clearing. They continued out the other side, heading down a narrow path that disappeared into the denser woods. I considered calling for backup, but my signal was weak. I had to make the decision, follow the trail or retreat. Curiosity, or perhaps foolishness, won. I followed the path. The air grew colder, dampness clinging to my clothes, the forest becoming darker as the trees thickened overhead. After nearly an hour, I reached an old logging road, barely visible under moss and fallen branches. The footprints led onto it and continued along the road in single file. I picked up the pace, trying to catch any glimpse of movement. The road wound through the forest like a snake, and then around a bend, I saw it. A man, or something dressed as a man, standing perfectly still. At first, I thought it was a mannequin. Then it shifted slightly, a hand moving to cover its face. My stomach dropped. I froze, unsure what to do. The figure didn't move toward me, didn't call out. It simply stood there watching. I debated whether to call the sheriff, but the distance was too great, the signal weak. I considered retreating, but every step backward felt like giving in to fear. Instead, I held my ground, slowly scanning the area, trying to memorize every detail. Dark clothing, hat pulled low, boots caked in mud. I waited, my breathing shallow. After what felt like an eternity, the figure turned and walked into the forest, disappearing as silently as it had appeared. I returned to my campsite, shaken but determined. I knew I needed to finish my patrol and leave this section of the park as soon as possible. Over the next 2 days, I kept a constant watch, marking trails but never straying far from open areas. Every sound made me jump. Every shadow seemed like a person hiding. I realized how vulnerable I had been, alone in the forest, against someone who knew the terrain as well as I did, someone patient enough to stalk me without revealing themselves. On the final day, I packed my gear and began the hike back to my truck. I stayed on the main trail, avoiding side paths, moving quickly but cautiously. Halfway through, I noticed something unusual, a series of footprints crossing my path at an angle. They were fresh, and they led directly toward the ridge I had been on earlier. My heart sank. Whoever it was had been moving in the forest while I had been walking. I picked up my pace, constantly scanning the trees. When I reached my truck, I paused, catching my breath, listening for any sounds. The forest was quiet, but I knew it was only a matter of time before whoever, or whatever, was out there moved again. I climbed into the truck, locked the doors, and drove slowly down the dirt road, keeping my eyes on the tree line. I made it back to the ranger station without incident, but the sense of being watched never left me. Weeks later, after I had reported everything, a search was conducted in the area. Authorities found signs of someone living off the land, hidden caches of food, makeshift shelters, and crude traps, but no person. It was as if someone had disappeared into the forest deliberately, leaving only traces behind. They never found the stalker. They never found a reason. I stayed on patrol for the rest of the season, but I avoided that section of the I never thought a normal day on the job could turn into something that would haunt me for years. But that's exactly what happened during the last week of October. I was working as a park ranger in a national park that sprawled across thousands of acres of dense forest, mountain ridges, and winding trails. By then, I had been on the job for almost 4 years, and I thought I had seen it all. Poachers, lost hikers, injured animals, but nothing could have prepared me for what I was about to experience. It started on a Monday morning, gray and misty. The sun barely pierced the thick layer of clouds, and the air was heavy with the smell of damp leaves and wet soil. I had arrived at the ranger station just as the fog was rolling over the peaks, and the usual hum of my old truck's engine felt almost too loud in the stillness. My shift was a standard patrol, which usually involved driving along the main forest roads, checking on hikers, inspecting trails for fallen trees, and keeping an eye out for illegal hunting. That morning, I decided to take the East Ridge route, a less traveled stretch of road that wound along cliffs, thick pines, and patches of marshy ground. I'd always liked it because it was quiet and gave me a chance to see wildlife. But that day the forest felt wrong. The birds were unusually silent. Even the squirrels, usually hopping along tree branches, seemed to have vanished. The deeper I drove into the ridge, the heavier the fog became, wrapping around my truck like a wet blanket. About an hour into the patrol, I noticed tire tracks leading off the road into a narrow trail I didn't usually monitor. They looked fresh. I parked my truck at the trailhead and grabbed my flashlight and radio before stepping out. The ground was wet, sticky with mud, and I could smell the faint tang of iron. I remember thinking it might just be a lost vehicle or a hiker. Nothing serious. I followed the tracks carefully, my boots sinking slightly into the mud. The trees were close together here, and the canopy blocked most of the weak morning light. As I walked, I felt the air grow colder, and the fog seemed to thicken around me, muffling all sound except the crunch of my boots on fallen leaves. I kept checking the tracks, trying to see where they led. Eventually, they disappeared into a small clearing. It was strange, almost too strange. The clearing was empty except for a makeshift campfire that looked like it had been used recently. There was a faint smell of burned wood and something else. Metal, maybe blood. I crouched down, shining my flashlight over the ground. I saw footprints, not just of boots, but also deep gouges that looked like someone had dragged something heavy across the dirt. My stomach tightened. I radioed the station, keeping my voice low. "Dispatch, this is Ranger Collins. I found signs of possible illegal activity near East Ridge Trail. I'm checking it out." There was a static-filled response, confirming they received my message and that backup might take a while. I decided to follow the trail that led away from the clearing. It was narrow, almost a game trail, weaving between the thick trees and underbrush. That's when I heard it, a faint thumping noise, like heavy footsteps or something dragging along the ground. My heart jumped and I stopped, straining to listen. The sound was rhythmic, slow, deliberate, coming from deeper in the forest. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a deer caught in the underbrush, or maybe a fallen branch being moved by the wind. But the sound didn't stop, and it wasn't natural. It had a weight to it, a presence that made my skin crawl. I reached for my flashlight and turned it toward the trees. For a moment I thought I saw a movement, a shadow slipping between the trunks. I began to walk faster, staying on the narrow trail, keeping my flashlight trained ahead. The forest seemed to close in around me. Every sound echoed strangely. The distant call of a hawk, the rustle of leaves underfoot, my own breathing. The thumping grew louder, and then I realized it wasn't moving away from me. It was moving parallel to me, somewhere just out of sight. Panic set in, but I tried to stay calm. I knew the forest, and I knew that running blindly could be dangerous. I stopped and shone my flashlight in every direction, but the fog distorted the beam. Shadows stretched unnaturally, and every tree trunk looked like it could hide someone or something. Then I saw it, moving between the trees, a man. Or at least I thought it was a man. He was tall, hunched, and his clothes were torn and dirty. His movements were erratic, almost animalistic. My first thought was that it was a lost hiker, maybe injured. But the way he moved, the sound of him dragging his feet, made my stomach twist. He wasn't looking at me. He seemed focused on something ahead, something unseen, I radioed again, but there was only static. My radio had lost signal, which wasn't unusual in that part of the ridge. I had no choice but to continue following him, keeping a safe distance. My ranger training told me to assess the situation, to observe without confronting if possible. The man led me deeper into the forest, to a part of the park I rarely patrolled. The trees were thicker, older, and the underbrush made progress slow. I noticed strange markings on the trees, scratches, gouges, deep cuts that didn't look natural. Some had symbols, crude and jagged, carved into the bark. My heart pounded, but I pushed forward, knowing I needed to know what was going on. Finally, he stopped near a small cliff that overlooked a narrow river gorge. There was a shallow pit dug into the dirt, partially covered with branches and leaves. I could see blood, dark, congealed patches around the edge of the pit. My stomach turned. Whatever he had been dragging through the forest, whatever he had been moving, it was alive, or had been alive. I stayed hidden behind a tree, shining my flashlight carefully. The man was inspecting the pit, muttering something to himself in a low, growling voice. He wasn't aware of me yet. I considered confronting him, calling for backup over the radio, but I knew that could provoke him. He looked strong, desperate, and dangerous. I decided to retreat quietly, back toward the main trail, and call for help. As I moved, my boot slipped in the mud, making a loud squelching sound. He froze, head snapping in my direction. His eyes locked on mine through the fog, and I saw the intensity there, the kind of intensity that belonged to someone who had nothing to lose. I turned and ran. My boots slipped over roots and rocks as I sprinted through the underbrush. He followed. I could hear him crashing behind me, breaking branches, his shouts low and guttural. My lungs burned and my legs ached, but adrenaline carried me forward. I had to make it to my truck. I reached the main trail and spotted my vehicle about 200 feet ahead. I dove inside, slammed the door, and locked it. He reached the edge of the fog, just at the line of visibility, and I could see him stop. He stood there for a moment, watching me, and then disappeared back into the trees. I called dispatch immediately, giving them my location and describing the man and the scene. Backup arrived within an hour, a team of rangers and park officers, but by the time we reached the pit, the man was gone. All that remained were the scratches, the marks on the trees, and the disturbed earth. We searched for days, helicopters, K9 units, drones, but we found nothing. No trace of him, no evidence of what he had done before or after. I couldn't shake it. Every time I returned to that part of the park, I felt watched. I carried a gun for the first time on my next patrols, and I never went off trail alone again. Eventually, they closed that area to the public, citing unsafe terrain and environmental concerns, but I knew the truth. That man was still out there somewhere. He had survived in the forest long before I found him, and he could survive long after. Months later, I was reviewing reports of missing persons in nearby counties, and a pattern began to emerge. People disappearing along trails, abandoned campsites with signs of struggle, strange tracks in the mud. I couldn't prove anything, but I couldn't ignore it either. The forest held its secrets, and I had seen one of them. The worst part was the silence. The park was supposed to be peaceful, a place of nature and calm. But I knew now that beneath that calm, in the deep, dark sections of the forest, there was something else. Something that could move silently, wait patiently, and strike when least expected. I learned to respect the forest in a new way, not just for its beauty, but for the danger it could conceal. Eventually, I requested a transfer to a different section of the park, closer to the visitor center, where human presence was constant. I couldn't forget that man, but at least I could avoid the places he might be. Still, every time I patrol, every time I hear the wind whistle through the trees, I remember the sight of him standing at the edge of the fog, watching me, unafraid. And I know in the back of my mind that he's still out there, somewhere, moving through the forest, waiting. Even now, years later, I sometimes drive the old roads alone for inspections. The forest seems different in those moments, quieter, more deliberate. I catch myself looking into the shadows, expecting to see a figure hunched over, dragging its feet, never turning, never leaving. The memory is as vivid as the day it happened. The weight of the fog, the smell of wet earth and blood. the crunch of boots, and the faint thump of someone moving just out of sight. I survived that encounter, but the forest hasn't forgotten me, and neath. I had been a park ranger for nearly 10 years. I knew the trails, the forests, the streams, and the hidden corners where animals like to hide, where the wind carried strange, lonely sounds, and where people often got lost. I was confident in my knowledge of the land, in my ability to navigate and survive in it. Yet nothing could have prepared me for the night I spent alone in the northern section of the park, the part that few people ever ventured into because of its rough terrain and dense forest. It was late October, and the air was already tasting like the first whispers of winter. The sun had dipped below the horizon hours ago, leaving a thick darkness that pressed on my eyes, making every shadow seem alive. I had started my shift earlier that day, driving my old ranger truck along the gravel roads, checking trail markers, and keeping an eye out for campers who had ignored the signs warning them to stay on established paths. By evening, I had reached the northern trailhead, where the dirt road turned into a narrow path barely wide enough for a single vehicle. My assignment was routine: check the trail, ensure no one had left dangerous fires, and confirm that the wildlife was undisturbed. Nothing unusual had happened all day. The forest at that time of year is unforgiving. The leaves had mostly fallen, leaving skeletal trees silhouetted against the dim light of dusk. The air smelled of damp earth and decaying leaves. I parked my truck at the last clearing before the trail narrowed and grabbed my flashlight, the one I trusted more than anything else. My radio was strapped to my belt, its battery fully charged. I had my knife and a small first aid kit, and I was wearing a heavy jacket because the temperature was already dropping fast. As I walked down the trail, the silence felt unnatural. Usually there were birds settling in for the night or the rustle of squirrels in the underbrush. This time, nothing stirred except for the occasional wind brushing the trees. I had learned to trust the forest sounds. When they disappear, it usually means something is wrong. About an hour into the walk, I noticed something odd. Footprints, human footprints. At first I thought they might belong to a hiker who had gotten lost, but the prints were strange. They were deep, heavy, and didn't match any normal shoe I recognized. The stride was wide, almost as if the person, or whatever had made them, was much taller than average. The prints followed the trail but then veered off into the thicker woods. I considered turning back, but my training as a ranger pushed me forward. People often got themselves into trouble in these woods, and it was my job to make sure they were safe, or at least find out what had happened to them. The trail became narrower, the undergrowth thicker. My flashlight barely pierced the darkness, creating a cone of visibility that stretched no more than 15 feet ahead. I stepped carefully, listening to every sound, every snap of a branch beneath my boots. That's when I heard it, a low guttural sound, like a growl, coming from somewhere ahead in the trees. My heart rate picked up, but I forced myself to stay calm. Wolves and coyotes were common in this park, and I had dealt with them before. But this growl was different. There was no rhythm, no pattern, just a rough, uneven sound, deep and deliberate. I took out my radio. "Dispatch, this is Ranger Collins. I'm approximately 2 miles north of the trailhead on the northern trail. I think there might be someone, or something, in the woods. Over." Static. Nothing. I tried again. Still nothing. My stomach sank. My radio worked perfectly until this point. The signal shouldn't have been blocked, but the thick canopy and the valley's shape might have interfered. I had to keep moving. I followed the footprints. They were heading uphill, toward a section of the forest I knew well. The rocks there were jagged, and the trees were old and massive, with roots twisting over the soil like giant snakes. As I climbed, I started noticing other things. Broken branches, disturbed soil, claw marks on some of the trees. But these were not made by a bear or a deer. They were vertical, deep and sharp, like someone, or something, was deliberately marking its path. The hairs on my neck stood up. I tried to rationalize it. Could it have been a large dog? But the size of the footprints and the marks didn't match any normal animal. My mind was racing, but I kept moving, my ranger instincts telling me not to run, Not to panic, to assess. By now, it was fully dark. The moon was hidden behind thick clouds. My flashlight seemed pitifully weak in the vast blackness of the forest. I thought I saw movement between the trees. Something crouched watching me. My grip tightened on my flashlight, ready to swing it or strike if needed. Then I heard a sound I will never forget, a branch snapping directly behind me. I spun around. Nothing. I called out, trying to sound confident, but my voice cracked. "Hello? I'm a ranger." "Come out!" Silence. Only the wind and the rustling leaves responded. I took out my knife and moved cautiously. The footprints led to a clearing I had passed many times during my patrols, a small plateau with a steep drop on one side. But tonight it looked wrong. The underbrush seemed torn apart. The footprints didn't just lead here, they circled. And that's when I noticed it. There were objects, small things left scattered on the ground. Pieces of cloth, broken bottles, and what looked disturbingly like a torn backpack strap. Someone had been here. Someone or something was not human. The air was growing colder, sharper. My breathing was visible now, misting in front of my face. Then I heard it again. The growl, closer this time, low and deliberate. I froze. It came from all around me, the sound bouncing between the trees. My heart was hammering, every instinct screaming that I should run. But the steep cliff prevented a quick escape. I decided to climb a tree. Ranger training drilled into me that elevation gives you perspective, safety, and time to plan. I found a thick oak and pulled myself up, resting on a branch that could barely support my weight. From here, I could see the clearing below, dimly lit by my flashlight's beam. That's when I saw it. A figure emerged from the shadows. It was massive, impossibly tall, hunched over slightly, and its movements were deliberate and careful. The moonlight caught the outline of long arms, hands dragging near the ground. Its head moved, scanning the clearing, and I realized it was looking for me, or for something else. My stomach turned to ice. This wasn't a person, not entirely. It was human-like, yes, but all wrong. Too large, too strong. It moved with intelligence, calculated and precise, unlike an animal. I stayed perfectly still. My flashlight slipped from my hand and clattered to the ground. The sound seemed deafening. The creature froze, its head turned toward the noise. My heart stopped. For what felt like an eternity, it stayed there, then slowly began moving toward the light. I had no plan. No way to fight something this big. My only option was to remain unseen, to hope that it didn't notice me up in the tree. I held my breath as it reached the flashlight, sniffed at it, and then snapped. Something in its hand. The flashlight was gone. It growled again, louder this time, a sound that made me want to scream. I climbed higher, reaching for another branch to move out of its line of sight. I remembered the park's emergency shelter nearby, a small ranger cabin about half a mile from here. It was my only chance. I had to get there before it noticed me again. I moved carefully, silently, descending toward the forest floor on the far side of the tree, keeping the creature in sight, but out of range. My legs shook, every nerve on fire. I ran. I don't know how fast, but adrenaline carried me down the trail. The creature followed, its heavy steps crushing leaves and snapping branches. I stumbled, fell, and scrambled to my feet. I reached the ranger cabin just as the creature closed in. The door was locked from the inside. I had checked it earlier, but I knew the emergency supplies were in the shed outside. My mind was racing. I grabbed a flare gun, loaded it, and prayed it would work as a deterrent. It did. As I fired, the flare burst into brilliant light. The creature roared and backed off, retreating into the woods. I slammed the shed door, locked it, and collapsed against it, gasping for breath. I could still hear it moving in the forest, circling, watching. I stayed there all night, flashlight in one hand, flare gun in the other, listening to the rustling and the growls until dawn finally broke. By morning, the creature was gone. I radioed dispatch, told them what I had seen, what I had experienced. They didn't believe me at first. There were search parties, but they found nothing. No tracks, no signs, nothing. Just the torn underbrush and the remnants of the small items it had left behind. I returned to the trail many times after that night. I never saw the creature again, but I could feel it watching. Every so often I'd find footprints again, huge, deep, human-like, disappearing into the forest. And I knew that the park, The land I had loved and known so well was not entirely safe. Not really. I stayed a ranger for a few more years, but I never patrolled that northern trail again. I retired quietly, but sometimes, in the dark of the night, I still see those enormous eyes in my mind's corner, the weight of those massive arms, the sound of that low, intelligent growl. I learned something that night. The forest doesn't always obey the rules we think it does, and sometimes, what while? I had always thought of the park as a place of quiet, simple routines and small moments of peace. Being a park ranger wasn't glamorous, but it wasn't dangerous either. At least that's what I had assumed in the early months before everything went wrong. My days usually started before dawn, driving the narrow gravel roads in my old rusting ranger truck, listening to the engine rattle, and checking trailheads for anything unusual. Most of the time the unusual was just a camper leaving behind trash or a hiker taking an unauthorized shortcut. Nothing worth worrying about. I had a few standard loops: the Northern Ridge Trail, the River Bend, the small lake in the south, and the remote Backwoods Trail that few visitors ever dared to take. That one had always intrigued me, but there was something about it that made even the veteran rangers avoid it unless absolutely necessary. It was early September, the weather cooling, the first hints of autumn brushing the treetops with yellow and orange. I had been assigned a solo patrol of the Backwoods Trail that day. My supervisor gave me the usual rundown: check for campers, look out for downed trees or unsafe trails, ensure the wildlife feeding stations were secure. Nothing unusual, but when I arrived at the trailhead, I noticed something strange right away. The normally well-trodden path was almost invisible under a fresh layer of fallen leaves. I shrugged it off as late summer neglect, but the feeling in my stomach told me to be cautious. I parked my truck, took my pack with the essentials: first aid, a flashlight, a map, a two-way radio, some water, and a small pocket knife, and started walking. The air smelled damp, earthy, with the faint odor of decaying leaves. Birds sang in irregular bursts, not the usual steady rhythm, and somewhere far ahead, a branch snapped. My first thought was a deer, maybe a raccoon, something small, but as I moved forward, I realized the sound had come from closer than I wanted to admit. I slowed my pace, scanning the underbrush. Everything looked normal, yet nothing felt normal. Hours passed as I walked, marking trail conditions in my notebook and taking photos of spots where erosion had affected the path. The forest was quiet in a way that felt unnatural. Even though I knew I was alone, I had the sense that someone, or something, was moving with me just outside my vision. Leaves rustled without wind, and shadows between trees seemed to shift unnaturally. I tried to tell myself I was being paranoid, that the solitude and the monotony of the trail were playing tricks on my mind. Still, a knot in my stomach refused to loosen. As the sun began its slow descent, I realized I had walked further than expected. The GPS on my phone had no signal, and even my compass seemed slightly off. I stopped to rest, leaning against a moss-covered boulder and checking my notes. That's when I noticed the footprints. At first I thought they were animal tracks, but they were too large, too human-shaped. And they weren't just ordinary footprints. They were deeper, heavier, with a dragging motion behind them, as if someone had been trying to move without lifting their feet fully. My heart rate quickened. I scanned the area, but the trail looked empty, silent except for the occasional distant call of a crow. I debated turning back, but something made me keep going. Maybe it was stubbornness. Maybe it was the training that had drilled into me a sense of responsibility. I followed the trail carefully, trying to stay alert. The further I went, the more signs I noticed. Broken branches at waist height, a few scraps of clothing snagged on thorn bushes, and an odd, faint, metallic smell that reminded me of rust and blood. I tried to ignore it, focusing on marking the trail, but every step made me feel as if I was being watched. By late afternoon, the forest had thickened. The trees were taller, older, and more tightly packed. Sunlight barely penetrated the canopy, casting long, twisted shadows that made the path almost impossible to follow. I reached a small clearing with a dry creek bed running through it and decided to rest and drink some water. That's when I saw it. A makeshift camp, clearly abandoned but recently used. The fire pit was still warm, ashes blackened with charred remains of food. A tattered backpack lay nearby along with several items scattered haphazardly. An empty water bottle, a torn notebook, and something that looked like a hunting knife, its blade dulled and stained. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. Whoever had been here wasn't far. I called in over the radio, hoping for a signal, but it was dead. No signal, no chance of contact, just me and the isolation. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. I examined the items carefully. The notebook had pages torn out, some scribbled with handwriting I couldn't quite make out. The knife's handle had dried blood, and I realized that if whoever had been here was still around, they might be dangerous. My instincts told me to leave immediately, but I also knew the trail was confusing and treacherous. Going back could mean running into the person, or something worse, without knowing. Night fell fast. The darkness pressed against the trees like a living thing. I started a small fire in the clearing, just enough to keep warm and maybe signal for help if anyone was nearby. The forest at night sounded different. Every small rustle made me jump. The occasional snap of a branch, the hoot of an owl, the distant splash of water, each noise seemed amplified. And then I heard it, breathing. Soft, deliberate, coming from somewhere behind the thick trees. I froze. The sound didn't match any animal I knew. It was low, steady, and human. I tried calling out, my voice small and cautious, but the forest swallowed it. No response. I decided to pack up the fire and keep moving, staying low and careful. My flashlight cut through the darkness in a thin beam, revealing twisted roots, rocks, and occasional footprints. I followed the creek bed, thinking it might lead me back to the main trail. Every step was tense, calculated. I kept my hand on my knife, ready for anything. The breathing continued, sometimes closer, sometimes further away, always just beyond my vision. I realized I wasn't alone, and that someone or something had been tracking me for hours. Hours passed, though it felt like minutes. My water was low, my energy fading. Then I stumbled upon a small cabin, hidden in a depression surrounded by thick trees. It looked abandoned, though the door was slightly ajar. Inside, the air smelled musty, damp, and metallic. I explored cautiously, finding old supplies, remnants of a life someone had left behind in a hurry. A single journal lay on a shelf. Its pages told a fragmented story. Someone living off the grid, paranoid, hiding from people, leaving cryptic notes about being followed. The last entry was unfinished, ending abruptly in the middle of a sentence. I can hear them coming. Suddenly outside there was a loud crash. Something heavy had fallen, breaking branches. My heart leapt into my throat. I hid behind a stack of firewood, clutching my knife. The cabin door creaked. A shadow moved across the threshold. Whoever it was paused, then entered. The floorboards groaned under their weight. I could hear breathing, deliberate and measured, scanning the room. My mind raced. I had no plan, no weapon beyond a small knife, and no way to call for help. The intruder moved toward the window where I had spotted the footprints earlier. I realized then that this person, or people, knew the terrain far better than I did. They were patient, silent, methodical. I held my breath, waiting for an opening, for them to leave. Hours passed in tense silence, with only the occasional creak reminding me that they were still there. By some luck, the intruder eventually left, retreating back into the woods. I didn't wait to see them go. I grabbed my pack and ran, moving as fast as I could while staying low and silent. Dawn was starting to break when I stumbled back onto the main trail, exhausted, bleeding from minor scrapes, dehydrated, and terrified. I called in over the radio, finally getting a weak signal. Backup arrived within an hour. The search team scoured the area, but there was no trace of the person who had been following me. The abandoned camps, the makeshift traps, the footprints, they were gone, as if they had never existed. I quit the ranger job soon after. The forest didn't feel like a place of peace anymore. I knew, though, that it was still out there. Someone or something skilled at surviving, hiding, and hunting without leaving a trace. And I understood finally that the world had corners I was never meant to fully see, places where survival didn't guarantee safety, and where the quiet, endless woods could become a nightmare, even now. I sometimes dream of that backwoods trail. I see the twisted trees, hear the rustle of leaves behind me, the soft, deliberate breathing. And I know that some horrors are not born of ghosts or stories. They are real. They are patient, and they are still waiting. I became a park ranger the way some people fall into fishing or hunting. They don't plan it, it just happens. And once it does, it sticks to you. I wasn't interested in bureaucracy or guiding tourists. I wanted the woods, the silence, and the weight of the land pressing down on me in ways only someone alone among trees can understand. I was stationed at a remote section of forest that stretched for miles, unbroken, where the trails were little more than faint scratches in the undergrowth, and the wildlife wasn't used to seeing humans. It was the kind of place that changes a person, quietly, day by day. My first months were routine. Early mornings spent checking traps, repairing signs, walking the trails for fallen trees or damage, marking unusual tracks. I learned to read the forest like a book. The curve of a branch, the smell of disturbed soil, the faint crunch of leaves that told me someone had passed that way long before I arrived. I was alone most of the time, only meeting the occasional hiker who had the sense to stay on marked paths. At first, the loneliness was soothing, but over time, it became a pressure, a constant hum at the edge of thought. The incident started on a Tuesday. I had gone out at dawn to check the western boundary, a stretch of trail that ran along a creek before disappearing into thick pine and cedar. I carried my standard gear, a backpack with water, a first aid kit, a small pack of trail snacks, my ranger-issued radio, and my sidearm. I always carried the sidearm, not for fun, but because bears and other predators were common here, and the forest had a way of turning ordinary encounters dangerous if you weren't prepared. The morning was cold, mist settling between the trees, making the trunks look like they were floating in gray clouds. I moved carefully, scanning the ground for animal tracks and signs of human activity. Something felt off immediately, though I couldn't put my finger on it. The forest was quieter than usual. Even the birds seemed muted. I dismissed it at first, assuming it was just early hours, but the quiet kept pressing in. I reached the creek by mid-morning. Normally, it would be full of movement, squirrels hopping across the branches, the low hiss of water rushing over rocks, but today it was dead still. I noticed the footprints first, large, human-sized, muddy and fresh, running along the creek bank. They weren't mine, and they weren't accompanied by other sets of prints. Someone had been here alone. I followed them for a short distance, curiosity overriding caution. The tracks eventually stopped abruptly, as if whoever had been walking had vanished into thin air. I backtracked and continued my patrol, but the feeling of being watched never left me. By noon, I was exhausted from the tension, and I set up a small rest near a fallen log. I ate, drank, and tried to shake the feeling, telling myself it was paranoia. Then I heard the snap. A branch far off, but too deliberate to be natural. My body went rigid. I scanned the forest with my binoculars. Nothing. Just trees. Just the mist. By late afternoon, the sun was low and the temperature had dropped sharply. I decided to start heading back toward the ranger station following the main trail. That's when I noticed something else. An animal trap had been tampered with. I had set it the day before, carefully camouflaging it, checking it twice, marking it in my notes. Now the trap was sprung, the bait gone, and there were footprints leading away from it. Not animal prints. These were larger, heavier, and unmistakably human. I felt a knot form in my stomach. Whoever had been moving through this section of forest was watching me. They were learning my patterns. That's when I realized something worse. I wasn't just being observed. I was being hunted. The sun was almost gone when I returned to the ranger station. I radioed in, reported the disturbance, and checked the locks on all doors and gates. The small station sat on a ridge, overlooking the forest below, built for visibility rather than defense. I tried to relax, but the unease didn't leave. That night, I slept in my small quarters, but kept my sidearm within reach. Around 2 a.m., I woke to a sound I hadn't expected. Scratching. Soft, deliberate, coming from the door. My heart jumped. I reached for the flashlight and shined it on the door. Nothing. I listened. The scratching continued, faint, moving around the outside. My stomach churned. The forest was too quiet now. I realized, with cold certainty, that someone was out there, just beyond the walls, watching. I didn't sleep much after that. I spent the next days patrolling in full awareness, checking every sign, marking every unusual footprint. I even set up a few camera traps around the station to monitor the area while I slept, but nothing prepared me for what happened the following week. It was early morning, fog thick on the forest floor. I had gone out to check a trailhead farther east than usual, a path that was little used except by hikers who wanted solitude. As I walked, I noticed more signs, broken branches, flattened grass, footprints that didn't belong to any animal I knew. The pattern was deliberate, as if someone was following me, keeping a distance but staying close. Around mid-morning, I found something that made my blood run cold. A small pile of items carefully arranged near the creek. Nothing valuable, just my water bottle, a half-eaten granola bar, and a pair of gloves I had worn days before. They weren't far from where I had rested last week. Someone had been inside my patrol radius, taken things from me, and left them in a display. It was a warning. I radioed for backup, though I knew it would be slow to arrive. Communication was patchy in this part of the forest, and the closest ranger team was miles away. I set up observation points, moved carefully, and tried to keep calm. I had a plan. If whoever it was came closer, I would be ready. But the fear wasn't just about confrontation. It was the realization that someone knew the forest like I did, someone patient, methodical, and silent. Over the next few days, the intrusions escalated. I found more signs near the station. Footprints leading up to the door, small scratches in the siding, even my food stash disturbed. I never saw the person, but their presence was undeniable. I realized I had underestimated how cunning and prepared this intruder was. They were hunting me, not for survival, but for control. On the fourth night, I decided I couldn't wait. I gathered supplies, loaded my pack, and prepared to track the intruder. I marked my path carefully, moved silently, and followed subtle signs, broken twigs, disturbed leaves, footprints. Hours passed. The sun began to rise and the fog lifted. I spotted movement, a shadow, quick and deliberate. I followed it into a dense section of cedar and pine. That's when I found the campsite. It was small, crude, hidden under thick brush. Inside were remnants of days of presence, empty cans, makeshift bedding, and a small stash of tools. Among them I recognized some of my own items: gloves, wrappers, even my personal first aid kit. Whoever this person was, they had been living off my patrols, studying me, preparing for something. I realized the danger I was in. This wasn't just a trespasser. This was someone capable of surviving in the forest longer than I could, someone patient and careful enough to avoid detection. I knew I had to act strategically. I retreated quietly, marking the path for reference. Once back at the station, I contacted the nearest ranger team and law enforcement, detailing the situation. They arrived within hours, armed and prepared. Together, we staged a controlled search. By mid-afternoon, we found him, a man, mid-30s, gaunt, hiding in an old hunting blind. He had been living off the forest, observing me for weeks. His intent wasn't clear, but it was obvious he had been planning to confront me, possibly even trap me if given the chance. He was arrested without incident. The discovery was unsettling. He had an uncanny knowledge of the forest, my patrols, and my habits. It was clear he had spent days, maybe weeks, following my every move, taking what he needed and learning. I realized how close I had come to being overpowered. In the aftermath, the park implemented stricter monitoring, and I was assigned a partner for patrols. The forest felt different after that. Every rustle, every snap of a branch reminded me of how close I had come to disaster. I stayed a ranger, but I never walked alone again. The solitude I once cherished became a vulnerability, a danger I had been lucky to survive. Years later, I still patrol that section of the park. The intruder is long gone, imprisoned, but the forest carries the memory. Every unusual footprint, every disturbed branch brings the same tension back, the same awareness that the wilderness can harbor more than just wildlife. The lesson was clear. In the woods, you are never truly alone. And sometimes the most dangerous presence is human. Even now, when I walk those trails, I carry my sidearm, my radio, and a sharp sense of vigilance. The forest is beautiful, but it is also patient, and it keeps its secrets. I have learned that the line between safety and danger is razor thin. And sometimes, surviving in the wild isn't about strength. It's about noticing the signs, respecting the unknown, and being ready for the person who thinks they know the forest better than you. The forest never sleeps, and neither in a sense can I. I had been a park ranger for 5 years by the time the incident happened. I worked in a vast national park that stretched over hundreds of square miles, a place most people only ever visited during the day for hiking, fishing, or camping. The park had thick forests, winding rivers, and steep ridges, and it was mostly quiet, the kind of quiet that pressed against your ears and made every small sound feel loud. Being a ranger was a job I loved because it meant being alone in the woods for hours, sometimes days, and watching the park breathe and change with the seasons. But what happened that summer made me realize that there was a side to this job I had never been prepared for. It was mid-July and the park was busy with tourists. Despite the crowds near the entrances, deep inside in the backcountry trails, it was still quiet, still enough that I could hear the snap of a twig from 100 yards away. I was assigned to a solo patrol that week, covering the northern section of the park, an area known for its old growth forests and steep ravines. Most rangers avoided the northern trails because they were harder to reach, and cell service was almost non-existent. I didn't mind. It meant the park was mine for the week, a place where I could walk for hours without seeing anyone. I started my shift early in the morning, before sunrise, parking my truck at the ranger station near the main trailhead. The air was damp, the smell of wet pine heavy and thick. I loaded my gear, first aid kit, radio, flashlight, map, compass, and a small pack with food and water. My uniform was practical, boots, cargo pants, shirt with my park patch, and I always carried my standard issue sidearm. Not for hunting, not for bears, though there were plenty, but for protection against people who got too reckless or dangerous. The first few hours were uneventful. I hiked along the trail, checking for litter, fallen branches, anything unusual. I noticed a few tents tucked into the trees, campers who had started their mornings early. They waved as I passed. Everything seemed normal. Around mid-morning, I took a side trail that led to a creek I liked to check. The creek was narrow, flowing fast over rocks, and the sound of running water was comforting. I stopped on a fallen log to rest and ate a granola bar. I looked up at the trees, tall and close together, their branches scratching the sky. Something felt off, though I couldn't put my finger on it. The forest was quieter than usual, too quiet. Birds weren't calling, squirrels weren't chattering. Only the creek moved and sang. I shrugged it off and continued, following the trail deeper into the woods. The further I went, the narrower the path became, overgrown in parts, roots jutting from the ground like bones. I marked my location on the map, noting my checkpoints in my log. Around midday, I came to a small clearing where the sun broke through the canopy in golden streams. I paused there to drink water. That's when I first saw the tracks. At first, I thought they were deer, but then I noticed they weren't quite right. The spacing was too large, the prints too irregular. Deer tracks were neat and predictable. These were different. I crouched down and examined them. They were human, barefoot, the toes splayed unnaturally, long strides. They led off the trail and into the thicker forest. I felt a shiver run down my spine, but I didn't panic. People hiked barefoot sometimes, though rarely this deep into the woods. I radioed in, noting the tracks and my location. The radio crackled back, but no one seemed concerned. "Keep an eye on it," my supervisor said. I followed the tracks cautiously. They led deeper into the forest, across a fallen log, and into a dense patch of ferns. As I moved forward, I noticed something else, the smell. A sharp metallic scent, faint at first, like rust and iron. Then I saw it. A piece of torn clothing snagged on a branch, dark fabric, part of a backpack strap. My pulse quickened. Whoever had left this wasn't careful. They had left signs of themselves behind. I radioed again, my voice tighter this time. I've got possible lost camper or injured person. I'm following tracks, requesting backup if necessary. The response came, slow and calm, but I could tell the dispatcher didn't fully grasp the urgency. They said someone would meet me if things got worse. The tracks led to a shallow ravine, where the undergrowth was thicker and the trees closer together. I moved slowly, scanning for anything unusual. Then I found it. A small patch of ground where the dirt had been disturbed, shallow holes dug with hands, scrape marks on the rocks. It looked like someone had been hiding or searching for something. My stomach turned. I had seen enough wilderness accidents to know that people sometimes got hurt or stranded. But this was different. This wasn't an accident. Someone was here alone and they weren't thinking clearly. I continued, following the prints. Then I heard it. A low, almost imperceptible sound like a rustling, but not from the wind. I froze. The forest around me seemed to tense, the birds still silent, the creek somehow quieter. I gripped my flashlight and turned slowly, scanning the trees. Nothing. Then, a shadow flitted between two trunks, too fast for a deer, too deliberate for a bird. My pulse shot up. I whispered to myself, "Stay calm." I radioed in again, explaining what I had seen. "If you don't hear from me, check coordinates XY, I said, partly as a precaution, partly as reassurance to myself. I moved on, trying to make my presence known without alarming whoever or whatever was nearby. I called out softly, "Park ranger here."
"Are you okay?"
No response, only the faint rustle in the underbrush, always just at the edge of my vision. Hours passed. I followed the tracks and the signs of movement. By late afternoon, I was deep in the northern woods, miles from any road. My legs ached, sweat ran down my back, and the air was thick and humid. The forest seemed to press in closer with every step, branches clawing at my clothes, roots threatening to trip me. And then I saw the clearing. It wasn't big, maybe 30 feet across, ringed by thick pines. But the ground was scarred. Footprints everywhere, footprints overlapping, some bare, some with remnants of shoes. The metallic smell was stronger here, almost overpowering. And then I saw the body. It was a young man, maybe in his early 20s, lying face down in the dirt. His backpack was torn open, supplies scattered, and there were deep cuts on his arms and legs. Not from an animal. These were from a sharp object, jagged, frantic. I dropped to my knees beside him, checking for a pulse. Nothing. He was dead. And that's when I noticed the other signs. Nearby, someone had built a crude trap from branches and rocks. It was meant to catch someone, or something. I backed up slowly, realizing that this wasn't just an accident. Whoever had done this had been here for days, hunting, hiding, surviving in ways that were deliberate and cold. The sun was dipping lower, and I knew I had to get out. I radioed in urgently, giving my coordinates, describing the scene. Backup was on its way, but it would take time. The forest was still, heavy with the smell of blood and sweat, every shadow a threat. I didn't stop until I reached a ridge with a clear line of sight to a nearby road. I ran, my boots slipping on wet roots, branches whipping my face, my flashlight swinging wildly. The tracks behind me seemed to follow at a distance, though I couldn't be sure. By the time I emerged near the ranger station, night had fallen. Backup arrived within 20 minutes, teams of rangers and deputies moving into the northern woods with flashlights and radios. I briefed them quickly, my voice tight, hands shaking. They found more signs that night. Footprints, makeshift camps, and another body, partially hidden in a thicket. The investigation revealed that a small group of individuals had been living illegally in the park, moving from one remote section to another, sometimes violent when encountered. The first man I had found had stumbled upon their hiding spot, and they had killed him. The authorities eventually tracked them down after days of searching, but the northern woods stayed quiet after that, as if holding its breath. I stayed on that patrol for weeks afterward, but I never saw another sign of them. Still, every time I walked the northern trails, I remembered the metallic smell, the silent forest, the eyes watching from the shadows. The job didn't change. I still patrolled, checked trails, guided tourists, but I understood the darker side of the woods, the side where people could disappear without a trace, where quiet didn't mean peace. The experience left me wary, hyper-aware, but also determined. I knew the forest, and I knew how to survive in it. I didn't let fear control me. Instead, I respected it. And that respect, I realized, was the only thing that could keep me alive in a place that was beautiful, dangerous, and utterly indifferent to human life. I never stopped being a ranger, but I never walked the northern trails alone again. Absolutely. Here's a long, realistic, first-person park ranger horror story written in simple English, detailed, grounded in reality, and fully self-contained. I've focused on making it immersive, scary, and thorough with a clear ending. This will be extremely long and detailed, approaching your 5,000-word target. I had been a park ranger for almost 7 years, mostly at Pine Creek National Forest, a massive stretch of dense woods that few people really explored in full. The park was known for its hiking trails, small lakes, and wildlife, but it also had areas that were rarely touched by humans, areas that felt older than the forest itself. I was used to the quiet, the way the wind rustled the pine needles above and the distant calls of birds and coyotes. It was the kind of quiet that could be comforting or crushing depending on the day. Most of the time it was comforting. But one week in late October, everything changed. It started with the disappearance of a hiker. A young man, maybe in his 20s, had gone into one of the backcountry trails and didn't return. His family reported him after he failed to check in at the park office the next day. I was assigned to help search for him along with 2 other rangers. The trail he was reported on, Trail 13, ran deep into an old section of the forest where the trees grew so tightly together that sunlight barely touched the ground. The forest floor was covered with layers of leaves, pine needles, and rotting wood, and the air smelled damp and earthy. We set out early in the morning. Mist clung to the low areas and the air was crisp. I remember stepping over roots that twisted like snakes across the path and feeling a cold tingle run down my spine, even though it was only mid-October. My 2 colleagues moved ahead, scanning for signs, footprints, broken branches, anything that might indicate the hiker's path. I stayed behind for a moment, taking in the silence. It was the kind of silence that presses against your ears until you start hearing your own heartbeat. Hours passed with nothing but the usual forest sounds. Birds, a distant woodpecker, and the occasional rustle of a squirrel in the brush. But then I noticed something odd. Footprints. They weren't the hikers, at least not entirely. They were bigger, heavier, and oddly spaced, as if whoever, or whatever, made them had long legs. They weren't human in proportion, yet the heel and toe marks were distinct. I called the other rangers over, and we compared them to our maps and knowledge. There were no known animals that could make footprints like this in the area. Deer, bears, and elk were the usual suspects, but none left prints shaped like this. As we followed the trail, we found more signs that didn't make sense. Branches snapped at waist height, tufts of hair caught on thorns, and strangely, scattered items that seemed deliberately placed. A backpack strap here, a boot there, not belonging to the hiker, but to someone or something else. By evening, we had made it deeper than I had ever gone. The sun was low, filtering through the thick canopy in streaks of orange and gold. The air was colder now, biting at my exposed skin. My colleague Jensen suggested we turn back, saying the light was fading too fast to search safely, but I insisted we go a little further. Something in the pattern of the footprints and scattered items made me uneasy in a way I couldn't shake. That's when we found the first body. It was partially hidden under a thick layer of leaves, and at first I thought it might be a fallen hiker who had slipped and broken a leg. But when I brushed the leaves aside, I saw it was the missing man. His neck was twisted at an impossible angle, and his clothes were torn. There were no other obvious wounds, but his eyes were wide open, staring blankly. I felt a chill spread through me. Nature was cruel, yes, but this felt deliberate. Something about the way his body was positioned suggested he had been forced, or maybe even dragged. We radioed for backup, but the signal in that part of the forest was weak. I had to climb to a higher ridge just to get a brief burst of connection to call it in. By the time we heard that help was on the way, night had fully fallen. We set up a small perimeter with flashlights and made sure to stay close. That's when the sound started. At first, I thought it was an animal. A low, guttural sound echoing through the trees, too deep to be a wolf, too deliberate to be a bear. It wasn't just one noise. It was a series of movements, almost like breathing, crashing through the underbrush, circling us without ever fully coming into view. My skin prickled. The other rangers were tense, but I could see the fear in Jensen's eyes. We didn't sleep that night. The sounds kept moving around us, testing our nerves. Every time one of us tried to point a flashlight toward the noise, it would stop, only to resume once we looked away. I realized quickly that whatever it was intelligent, observing us, learning from our movements. At dawn, we resumed the search. That's when I found more bodies. Not all hikers. Some were people who had gone missing in the park over the past months, though no one had suspected where they went. Some were in shallow graves, others hidden under thick brush, all with signs of struggle and careful placement. Whoever, or whatever was doing this, wasn't leaving things to chance. It was methodical, calculated, organized. I took notes, documented the sites, and radioed the new information to headquarters. They were horrified, and suddenly our mission changed from search and rescue to containment and investigation. But containment in that forest was impossible. The terrain was dense, full of hidden valleys and thick underbrush. Anyone could disappear within minutes. As days passed, more rangers were brought in. We set up patrols, traps, cameras, anything to catch a glimpse of the creature. Nothing worked. Every time we thought we had a clue, a broken branch, a fresh footprint, a noise on a camera, it vanished before we could reach it. Then I saw it myself. I was walking along a narrow ridge trail, early morning fog clinging to the trees when I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. At first I thought it was a bear, but the shape was wrong. It was tall, maybe 8 feet or more, with broad shoulders and long limbs. Its movements were fast and fluid, almost unnaturally so, and it didn't run. It glided through the trees, silent as a shadow. Its face, if it could be called that, was obscured, but I saw something human in the way it tilted its head, as if observing me. I froze. My training told me to stay calm, but adrenaline made my body shake. It didn't attack. It just disappeared, melting into the forest like smoke. But I knew then that the creature, or person I couldn't tell, was hunting the forest, picking its prey carefully. Weeks passed. More hikers went missing despite our patrols. I began keeping a personal log, noting patterns. Most victims were alone, hiking off trail, or traveling during late afternoon. It was smart, patient, and terrifyingly precise. Some nights I couldn't sleep, imagining the forest alive with eyes watching from every shadow. Eventually, the investigation escalated to federal authorities. They brought in trackers, biologists, and special agents. They reviewed our footage, examined footprints, collected DNA from hair samples we had found. After months, a shocking revelation came. It wasn't an unknown animal. It was a human, a man who had lived in the forest for decades, surviving entirely off the land, hidden from civilization. Some experts suggested he might have started as a survivalist or hermit, and gradually lost touch with reality. Over time, he had become predatory, targeting hikers and campers who stumbled into his territory. Armed with this knowledge, teams were sent to trap him. It wasn't easy. He knew the forest better than anyone. He avoided cameras, left false trails, and had improvised shelters hidden in caves and under dense foliage. When the final raid happened, it was terrifyingly methodical. They found his main hideout deep in a ravine, surrounded by rudimentary alarms made from strings and cans, almost like a trap system. Inside, they found more evidence, makeshift weapons, detailed maps of the park, lists of missing people, and disturbing notes documenting his rules for survival and hunting. No one ever really knew how many people he had taken. But after his capture, the forest felt different. The stillness was no longer comforting. It carried weight, memory. I returned to my patrols, but I never forgot the way he moved. The intelligence in his silence, the way the forest had become his weapon. The park eventually reopened fully, with increased patrols and safety measures. Signs were posted warning hikers to stay on marked trails and travel in groups. I continued my work as a ranger, but I always carried a knife and a radio, and I never wandered off trail alone, even years later. I sometimes walk Trail 13 at sunrise, listening to the wind and birds, thinking about those who never made it back. And sometimes, just sometimes, I catch a glimpse of movement in the trees, and for a second my heart skips a beat, because I know the forest is still alive and it remembers. I had been a park ranger for just over 7 years, working in one of the most remote and rugged sections of the northern wilderness. The park itself stretched over hundreds of square miles, a patchwork of dense conifer forests, jagged hills, and rocky streams that ran into murky lakes. Most days were routine. Patrol the trails, check the campsites, make sure hikers weren't breaking rules, and occasionally respond to minor injuries or lost campers. It was peaceful work, the kind that made you feel both vigilant and in tune with the world around you. But there are days when the peace is deceptive, when the forest doesn't just hide animals, it hides something else entirely. It started on a late September morning. The air was crisp, almost biting, with the scent of damp earth and fallen pine needles. I had just finished my early rounds in the northern section, a part of the park so remote that cell service was non-existent. The park rangers often joked that if something went wrong out there, you were on your own. I drove the ranger truck along the gravel path, scanning the small dirt roads and trails with a practiced eye. Nothing unusual. A few hikers waved as I passed. A fox darted across the road, disappearing into the undergrowth. Routine, quiet, normal. I checked the ranger radio. Static, nothing more. That section of the park rarely had visitors this late in the season. The idea of it being empty excited me in a strange way. No crowds, no disturbances, just the forest and me. I parked near the old maintenance cabin, a tiny structure that had once housed crews repairing trails and signs. Now it mostly served as a storage space and a checkpoint. I stepped out, locked the truck, and stretched. The smell of damp wood and decaying leaves filled my lungs. That's when I noticed the first oddity: tracks. At first, I thought it was just an animal. Deer tracks, maybe a dog. But as I knelt down to examine them, I realized they weren't quite right. The spacing was too wide, the prints too large for a dog. They were human, but something was off. The stride was unnatural, almost predatory, as though whoever made them was running lightly, carefully placing each step to avoid detection. They led into the forest, toward the thickest part of the pines. I frowned. Most people didn't venture this far without a purpose. I traced the tracks with my boot, noting the disturbed needles and soil. My gut tightened. Normally I would call it in, alert other rangers, maybe organize a search. But something in me told me to follow them first. Not recklessly, but carefully. I grabbed my flashlight, my radio, and my standard-issue handgun, just in case. The forest seemed darker than usual, though it was still early morning. The canopy was thick, and the sun's weak rays barely penetrated it. I moved slowly, keeping my senses sharp. The air smelled different here, like burnt wood and wet moss, with a faint metallic tang that made the back of my throat dry. The tracks wound around fallen logs and through thick brush, always deeper into the forest. The quiet was unnerving. Birds had gone silent. Even the wind seemed hesitant. My steps crunched over the leaves and every sound felt amplified. I checked the trail carefully. The tracks led to a small clearing I hadn't noticed before. Broken branches littered the ground, and in the center was something that made my stomach knot. A campsite, hastily abandoned, with a small fire pit still smoldering faintly. There were scraps of food, a torn backpack, and most disturbing of all, blood. Not a lot, just smears, but enough to tell me someone had been hurt. I crouched, scanning the area. Nothing moved. No footprints leading away. But the way the blood was splattered, it looked like the person, or people, had been dragged or forced to move under duress. My training kicked in. This wasn't just a lost camper. This was something dangerous. My heart pounded, but I forced myself to breathe steadily. I radioed the main ranger station. "Station, this is Ranger Collins. I've found a partially abandoned campsite in Grid 14 Northern Sector. There's evidence of injury. I'm investigating." Over. Static. Nothing. Again. Not unusual for that area, but it made the isolation more real. I knew I had to proceed. I couldn't just stand there. Following the tracks, I moved cautiously. They led to a dense thicket where visibility was maybe 10 feet. The sun's weak beams barely penetrated, and the shadows seemed deeper than they should have been. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig made my pulse spike. Then I heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible sound like breathing. I froze. The sound came from my right, just beyond the brush. I switched on my flashlight. The beam cut through the foggy air, illuminating twisted roots and wet leaves. Nothing. The breathing stopped. I waited. Nothing. I told myself it was just the wind, or an animal. But instinct told me otherwise. The tracks reappeared on the other side of the thicket, leading to a steep ridge that overlooked a narrow canyon. The terrain here was dangerous. Loose rocks, hidden roots, and steep drops. I moved slowly, testing each step. My hands were steady, my senses heightened. As I reached the ridge, I saw them. Human figures, 2 of them, pinned against the cliffside. Their movements were frantic, jerky. But as I squinted, I realized they weren't restrained. Something else was wrong. Their clothing was torn, dirt-streaked, and their faces pale and hollowed with exhaustion. They weren't crying out, not even when they stumbled or fell. They moved with a silent desperation, like prey trying not to alert a predator. I watched for a moment, trying to make sense of it. My radio crackled faintly, as if someone else was trying to reach me. "Ranger Collins?" it said, almost drowned in static. But then it went silent again. My attention snapped back to the figures. One of them suddenly looked in my direction, or at least I thought so. There was no fear in their eyes, only calculation. It made my skin crawl. I gripped my flashlight tighter, keeping the beam steady. I had seen injured or lost hikers before, but this was different. Something had broken them, not just physically, but mentally. I decided to move closer. Every step was careful, measured, keeping myself visible in case they reacted violently. The closer I got, the more I saw the signs of struggle. Torn clothing, makeshift bandages, scuff marks on the rocks, and more blood. The air smelled sharper here, coppery, thick. My stomach churned, but I couldn't turn back. As I reached within 20 feet, one of them suddenly bolted, not at me, but straight toward the edge of the cliff. I shouted, but no sound came out. The figure slipped on the loose gravel, hitting the rocks below with a sickening thud. The second figure froze, staring down at the body. Then it turned and ran, disappearing into the dense forest like a shadow. I sat on the ridge, heart hammering, sweat soaking my shirt despite the cool air. I radioed the station again, urgency in my voice. "Station! I need immediate backup!" There's a serious situation in Grid 14. Possibly injured persons, possibly unstable. "Send help now!" Static. Again, I cursed under my breath. No signal. Nothing I could do but move carefully down the ridge and try to follow the second figure. The forest swallowed them instantly, and I realized just how alone I was. I spent the next few hours tracing their path, but it became increasingly clear this was no ordinary hiker. Whoever it was moved with a precision, a quiet cunning, that suggested familiarity with the forest beyond anything I'd seen from lost campers or hunters. I passed natural hazards, hidden creeks, fallen trees, steep drop-offs, without them leaving signs of injury. Their survival skills were advanced, almost unnatural, and the further I went, the more I noticed subtle signs of habitation. Small caches of food, improvised shelters hidden in the trees, disturbed soil that suggested someone or something was watching, waiting. By late afternoon, I realized I had to make a choice. I was deep in territory I hadn't patrolled before, with limited supplies, no radio contact, and no idea who or what I was following. Hunger gnawed at me. My water bottle was nearly empty, and my flashlight was the only thing keeping the shadows from becoming a complete blanket. And then I saw it, a clearing. Unlike the campsite earlier, this one was meticulously organized. Tarps stretched between trees, small containers of food and water arranged neatly. And the second figure was there, crouched, moving with deliberate care. They weren't trying to hide anymore. They were preparing something. My gut told me to back off, but I couldn't. Not now. As I approached, I tripped over a root and fell hard. The figure froze, head snapping toward me, but didn't move. I scrambled to my feet, heart hammering, flashlight beam locked on them. Then, slowly, carefully, they stood and walked. Not toward me, but toward the far edge of the clearing. They paused, looking back, then disappeared into the underbrush. That was when I realized they weren't attacking me. They were leaving, but why? And why were they here in the first place? I spent the night in that clearing, too anxious to sleep. I set up a temporary camp, keeping my gun and flashlight close. The sounds of the forest, rustling leaves, distant animal calls kept me alert. And then, in the darkest hour, I saw movement in the trees. Small, deliberate movements, almost imperceptible. Whoever had been following the trail, whoever had injured themselves and others. I have worked as a park ranger in the Rocky Mountain National Park for almost 8 years. When people think of a park ranger, they imagine someone handing out maps, talking cheerfully to tourists, maybe rescuing a lost hiker once in a while. But the truth is far darker, more exhausting, and sometimes terrifying. It's a job that requires patience, physical endurance, and a willingness to confront situations most people could not imagine facing alone in the wilderness. I learned this one summer more harshly than any other, and it is a memory that has never left me. It started on a Thursday morning in late August. The air was crisp, the kind of chill that slips through the layers of clothing and sets your teeth on edge, even when the sun rises bright. I had my usual morning routine, a quick inspection of the ranger station, checking the radios, scanning the park reports. Things were normal at first. A few campers reported minor injuries, some trail closures, nothing out of the ordinary. I grabbed my gear, a backpack loaded with emergency supplies, a map, a first aid kit, a flashlight, and my service revolver. Not that I expected to need it, but it was always better to be prepared. My assignment that day was a solo patrol along a stretch of the Pine Ridge Trail. The trail was not far from the main road, but it passed through dense forest with steep drops on one side and thick underbrush on the other. It was the kind of place hikers loved for its isolation and the way sunlight filtered through the high pines in late afternoon. But it was also a place where things could go wrong very fast. I parked the ranger truck at the trailhead and double-checked my radio. The station told me it was a slow day, so I would be alone unless a real emergency popped up. I waved to the occasional early morning hiker and started up the trail, enjoying the quiet. Birds were singing, the wind moved through the trees, and everything seemed peaceful. I had been walking for almost 2 hours when I noticed the first unusual sign. A patch of recently disturbed soil at the side of the trail, as if someone had been digging. It wasn't large, but it was fresh, and there were no nearby campsites or obvious reason for someone to be digging there. I took note, snapped a quick photo, and moved on. About another hour in, the sense of unease grew. The trail became narrower, the forest denser, and I started noticing things that didn't make sense. Broken branches at eye level, footprints in the mud that were too large for the usual wildlife, scuff marks on the rocks. I paused to check my GPS and map. According to my reading, I was still on Pine Ridge, but these signs made me feel like someone, or something, was moving through the woods near me. I tried to shake it off. I'd hiked these trails for years. My instincts were strong and I had learned to trust them. Something felt off, but I couldn't yet say what. Around midday, I came across a small clearing with a shallow stream running through it. I sat down on a rock to eat a quick lunch, keeping an eye on the trees. That's when I saw him. At first I thought it was a hiker who had taken a wrong turn, but there was something about his posture, the way he moved slowly and deliberately between the trees, that didn't seem right. He was tall, wearing dark clothing, with a hood pulled low over his face. I couldn't see much, but I could feel his eyes on me. My instincts screamed danger. I stayed still, pretending not to notice. After a few minutes, he turned and walked away deeper into the forest. I debated whether to follow him or call it in, but before I could make a decision, I noticed the ground near the stream was disturbed again. Fresh footprints, this time much closer to where I was sitting. I realized he had circled around me. I packed my lunch and moved off the clearing slowly, deliberately taking a path that would keep me in the more open areas of the trail. I kept my revolver accessible, but didn't want to pull it unless I had no choice. My radio crackled briefly with a check-in from the station. I responded, but my voice sounded tight, controlled. I didn't mention the man. I didn't want to sound paranoid. The next hour was a nightmare of subtle terror. Every snap of a branch, every rustle in the underbrush made me flinch. I kept circling back to check my trail, making sure I wasn't being followed, but the forest seemed to swallow all sound. And then I heard it, a low rhythmic thumping. Not like an animal, more deliberate, like someone walking behind me on a path they weren't supposed to be. I increased my pace. The trail was steep now, and I had to navigate carefully to avoid slipping on loose gravel. My backpack pressed against my shoulders, sweat rolling down my back despite the cool air. I thought about calling for backup, but my radio reception was spotty here. And if he had a firearm, or worse, I didn't want him knowing I was calling for help. The sun began to dip behind the peaks, and shadows stretched long across the trail. The thumping sound followed, unrelenting. I tried to change my direction, taking a side trail I knew would lead back toward a service road. But every time I adjusted, I felt the presence matching me. Someone had studied these trails, knew the terrain, and was keeping pace without making a sound that would give him away. Panic was rising now. My training kept me calm enough to think, but adrenaline pushed my heart into my throat. I remembered the disturbed soil from earlier. The digging, the scuff marks. It all clicked together in a chilling realization. This man had been out here for days, maybe longer, hiding, tracking, preparing, and now he had singled me out. I reached a small ridge that overlooked a shallow valley. There was a ranger service road about half a mile below. I knew I could make a run for it, but it would be exposed. I crouched behind a large boulder, weighing my options. My heart was hammering, my breathing shallow. I had to move, but I couldn't afford to make noise. Then I saw him. He had appeared at the far end of the ridge, moving slowly but deliberately, scanning the area. He stopped occasionally, crouched, looked down at the trail below, then continued. I realized he was trying to predict my movements, cutting me off, using the forest like a chessboard. I waited, tense, until he turned his back. I counted my steps carefully, moving from cover to cover, using the terrain to stay hidden. My boots crunched softly on loose rocks, and I cursed myself silently with every sound, but I was moving. Inch by inch, I closed the distance to the road. Finally, I reached a spot where the trees thinned, and I could make a dash for the service road. I paused, chest burning, adrenaline surging. The man was still behind me, but the angle of the slope gave me a line of sight. Then I ran, full sprint, arms pumping, boots pounding against the dirt and stone. I hit the road, the gravel spitting under my shoes. My radio was finally in range, and I called it in, voice shaking but loud. Station, this is Ranger Allen. I need immediate backup on Pine Ridge Trail. Suspect on the loose, possibly armed. I am on the service road just north of the ridge. Repeat, immediate backup required. The response was almost instantaneous. Copy, Ranger Allen, backup en route. Hold position, I didn't wait. I moved along the road, keeping low, staying close to trees when possible. I could hear his movement behind me again, faster now. He had seen me flee. My mind raced. I had to find a defensible spot, a place where I could hold until help arrived. I spotted a small maintenance shed further down the road, locked but with a narrow window. I slipped inside, crouching behind stacked boxes. The metal walls offered little comfort, but at least I had a chance to observe without being seen. I could hear him outside, circling, trying to find a way in. I whispered into the radio, giving my location again. Minutes passed like hours. Every sound made my nerves snap tighter. And then headlights. A truck appeared on the road, sirens wailing. Relief hit me like a wave. I jumped out of the shed, waving my arms, shouting. The man bolted. He sprinted back toward the forest, and by the time the backup rangers had him in sight, he disappeared into the trees. We chased him for hours, tracking him through the dense forest, but he was gone. It took days to understand who he was. A fugitive, wanted for multiple assaults and evading law enforcement. He had been hiding in the park, living off supplies he stole from campsites. moving silently through the wilderness like he belonged there. The evidence of his presence, disturbed soil, broken branches, scuff marks, were all part of his survival skills. He was dangerous, patient, and calculated, and he had almost gotten me. That summer changed me. It reminded me that the forest, as beautiful and serene as it looks, is also a place where human danger can hide in plain sight. No ghost stories, no fairy tales, just the stark, terrifying reality of another person capable of violence, blending into the natural world around you. I returned to that section of Pine Ridge Trail months later, inspecting it for repairs and making sure the area was safe for hikers. The disturbed patches of earth had been trampled by tourists and new growth. The scuff marks faded. But I never forgot them. Every shadow, every sound, every rustle of leaves reminded me of that day. It taught me the importance of vigilance, of reading the land, and of respecting the unpredictability of human nature as much as the wilderness itself. I still walk those trails. East. I had been a park ranger for nearly 6 years, and I thought I knew every inch of the forest I patrolled. It was a national park, one of the largest in the country, with dense woods, steep ridges, and miles of trails that twisted like veins through the hills. Most of the time, the job was quiet, almost meditative. I would spend long days walking the trails, checking on campers, looking for signs of illegal hunting, or responding to the occasional lost hiker. But I also knew the forest had a dark side, a side that wasn't talked about much, mostly because people dismissed it as superstition or paranoia. I never dismissed it. There were warnings in the way the birds fell silent suddenly, the way the wind shifted without reason, or the heavy silence that would press down on the forest like a weight. It was early September, just as the nights were starting to get colder, and I had been assigned a solo night shift. I usually preferred daytime patrols, but the supervisors insisted I take the night shift in the northern sector because someone had reported suspicious activity. They didn't give details, just a note that said, "Be careful, Ranger. People have been wandering off trails at night." I didn't think much of it at first. Sometimes teenagers did stupid things, or hikers who were overconfident would wander too far. I checked my gear: flashlight, radio, extra batteries, first aid kit, a folding knife, bear spray. I made sure my ranger truck was full of gas and the GPS was working. Everything seemed normal. The first few hours were quiet. I drove slowly along the winding dirt roads, the truck's headlights cutting through the darkness, illuminating the edges of the forest. Deer occasionally darted across the road, their eyes reflecting the light like small fires. I stopped at the usual observation points, checking the trails with my flashlight, and everything looked normal. No overturned signs, no litter, no abandoned backpacks. The night air was crisp, and the smell of damp earth and pine filled the cab. Around 10:30 p.m., I received a call on the radio from the ranger station. "Ranger, any movement on Trail 7? It was my colleague Collins on the other end. His voice was calm, but there was a tension under it I couldn't place. "Negative," I replied. "It's clear so far. Keep your eyes open. Last report came from a hiker who said he saw someone, or something, near the ridge." I frowned. "Near the ridge? Which part?" "The old Firewatch trail. You know the one. Just stay alert. Don't take chances." I clicked off the radio and pulled onto a narrow service road that led up toward the ridge. The trail was steep, and the trees closed in so tightly that the headlights barely reached the dirt. I slowed to a crawl, my eyes scanning the shadows. The forest was unnaturally quiet. Usually there were night insects, the distant howl of a coyote, the rustle of small mammals. That night, nothing. Just the sound of my tires on the gravel and the soft whistle of wind through the branches. I parked near the start of the trail and grabbed my flashlight. The path was narrow and rocky, with a slight incline that would make any sudden movement difficult to see. I started walking, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the darkness. I was methodical, checking each bend, listening for anything out of place. After a few minutes, I noticed something strange. There were footprints in the mud. Human footprints. They were fresh, heading deeper into the forest. I frowned. At this hour, no one should be out here. I radioed back. Ranger station, I've found footprints. They're heading north along the ridge trail. I'm following. There was static for a moment, then Collins's voice. Be careful. Do you have any idea how many? I can only see one set. Large boot prints, maybe a hiker's size 10. Copy. Keep your radio on. I moved slowly, every step deliberate. The forest seemed to close in around me, branches scratching my jacket, the uneven rocks forcing me to watch my footing. The footprints led me to a clearing where the ridge dropped off sharply on one side. I shone my flashlight around. Nothing. No tents, no fire pits, no abandoned equipment. Just trees, rocks, and a dark forest stretching out below. I noticed then that the footprints had stopped. They didn't continue past the clearing. That was impossible. Whoever had made them hadn't turned back. They had just vanished. My stomach tightened. I crouched, shining my light on the ground, looking for any sign. Scuff marks, broken branches, disturbed leaves. Nothing. A sudden noise made me freeze. It was faint, but distinct, a soft crack of twigs breaking. My heart began to race. I scanned the darkness with my flashlight, moving slowly, circling the clearing. The noise came again, closer this time, from the tree line behind me. My first thought was an animal. A deer maybe, or a coyote, but the sound was deliberate, careful, almost human. I gripped my knife and continued forward, my flashlight swinging in wide arcs. Then I saw it. A shadow, tall and thin, moving between the trees at the edge of the clearing. It wasn't running, just moving, watching. I held my breath, trying to make sense of it. My mind ran through possibilities. A lost hiker? A poacher? Someone hiding? The forest swallowed the figure as quickly as I spotted it, and I was left staring into darkness. I radioed in again, my voice low. There's someone here. I can't see clearly. They're moving in the tree line, static. Then Collins, sharp and urgent. Do not approach. Stay where you are. We're sending backup. I waited. The minutes stretched, each one heavier than the last. The shadow didn't appear again, but I could feel it, somewhere just beyond the edge of the light, watching. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. The wind picked up, rustling the branches, but the sound of movement didn't come again, at least not immediately. Then I heard something else. A faint whisper, or maybe a scrape, coming from behind a large pine. I swung my flashlight, hard in my throat, nothing. But my gut told me I wasn't alone. My training screamed at me to leave, but I also knew that if there was a person out here, they could be in danger. I had to check. I took a careful step toward the tree. Then another, and another. My flashlight caught something small, shiny, reflecting the beam near the roots. I crouched. It was a metal canteen, scratched and dented, lying on the forest floor. Next to it were scraps of cloth, ripped and muddy. Whoever had been here had been moving quickly, maybe even running. My pulse jumped. Suddenly the noise returned, twigs snapping, leaves crunching, now from multiple directions. I spun, trying to see, but the darkness seemed to shift and stretch. Panic started to rise in my chest. I radioed again, my voice shaking slightly. I think there's more than one. Multiple. I can't see them all. Static. Then, almost too quiet to hear, Colin said, "Get to the truck. Do not engage. Head back the way you came." I didn't need to be told twice. I bolted back toward the clearing, flashlight swinging wildly. My boots slipped on the wet leaves and I almost fell, but I kept moving. I could hear the footsteps behind me now, careful but quick, following my path. My heart pounded, and every instinct screamed to run faster, but I couldn't risk a sprain or worse on the rocky trail. I reached the truck and slammed the door shut. I fumbled with the keys, hands trembling, and started the engine. The headlights cut through the darkness as I tore down the narrow road. The forest seemed alive, shadows moving just beyond the edge of the light. I could feel eyes on me, tracking every turn, every bump in the road. It took nearly 20 minutes to reach the main road. The first few hairpin turns made even more dangerous by my fear. Then finally headlights appeared in the distance, another ranger vehicle. Relief washed over me, but the feeling was short-lived. In the rearview mirror, I thought I saw movement in the trees at the edge of the road, just shadows blending with darkness. But there were no headlights, no other vehicles. I blinked. It was gone. Backup arrived quickly and we scoured the area with flashlights, vehicles, and radios. We found evidence of human presence, footprints, a makeshift camp deep in the woods, but no one was there. No tents, no people. Only signs that someone had been running, hiding, moving through the forest quickly and deliberately. The next day, we found something that chilled me. Near the ridge, half buried in mud and leaves, were scraps of clothing, torn and wet. Next to them, a small, crudely carved wooden figure like a doll, abandoned and broken. It made no sense. There was no logical reason for it to be there. Not hunters, not hikers, not even someone trying to survive, just something someone left. Weeks later, park authorities investigated, but nothing concrete came of it. No hikers had reported missing. No poachers were caught, and yet I knew. I had felt it. That night I had been watched, followed, and hunted, not by animals, not by nature, but by someone skilled enough to move through the forest like it belonged to them. I requested a transfer after that. I couldn't shake the feeling that the forest had changed for me, that somewhere out there, in the shadows of the trees and the twists of the trails, someone was still moving. And the worst part, they had chosen to remain unseen, careful, deliberate, quiet, watching, waiting. Even now, years later, when I walk a trail or drive a forest road, I remember that night. The silence, the shadows, the feeling of being hunted in a place where I had once felt completely safe. And I know one thing for certain: some dangers aren't obvious. Some don't, Lee. I had been a park ranger for almost 8 years, mostly in the northern stretches where the forest was thick, the trails were long, and cell service was non-existent. I liked the solitude at first. It made the job feel honest, grounding. But over the years I began to realize that the forest held more than just wildlife. It held people too. People who shouldn't be there, who did things that scared me more than the bears or wolves ever could. I was on my usual late summer shift, patrolling a remote section of the park that ran along a ridge of old-growth pines and dense underbrush. It was the part of the park most visitors avoided, not for any official reason, but because the trail was rough, the map confusing, and the nearest parking lot was almost 2 hours away. Most hikers preferred the easier loops, with the waterfalls and picnic areas, leaving this section quiet. Too quiet, sometimes. I drove my ranger truck slowly down the dirt road, listening to the crunch of gravel under the tires, the occasional groan of branches in the wind. My radio was silent except for static. I liked it that way. Today, my main task was to inspect the trailheads, check for illegal campsites, and make sure any fires were out. Summer was peak fire season, and one careless camper could ruin hundreds of acres. I stopped first at a small creek crossing. The water was clear, moving fast over smooth stones, and I noticed a few sets of footprints in the mud. Boots, heavy, fresh, heading upstream. I crouched to examine them, my stomach tightening slightly. They weren't hiker's boots. They were work boots, the kind people wore when they were serious about the outdoors, not a weekend trail stroll. There were no other signs, no tents, no trash, but the prints were odd. They stopped suddenly, as if whoever had made them had vanished. I followed the path of the prints upstream for a few hundred feet, scanning the forest with a practiced eye. Branches snapped under my boots. The canopy was thick here. Sunlight barely reached the ground. Birds were silent. The quiet wasn't natural. It was heavy, like the forest was holding its breath. When I reached a small clearing, I froze. The ground was churned up, flattened in a rough circle, and there were strange marks I didn't recognize. Scratches, deep enough to leave raw wood exposed, surrounding a central area of dirt that had been tamped down. Something about it felt deliberate. My gut told me to leave, but my job, my training, pushed me to keep looking. I snapped a few photos with my phone, marking the location in my GPS before heading back to my truck. I spent the rest of the afternoon checking the usual trailheads, everything seeming normal. By late evening, I was at a ridge overlooking a deep valley. The sunset painted the treetops in gold and orange. It was breathtaking. I leaned on my truck, taking a sip of water, when I noticed something moving in the far corner of the valley. A faint shimmer, almost like smoke, but it didn't behave like smoke. It was slow, deliberate. I adjusted my binoculars and realized it was a figure, hunched over, moving between the trees. Too large to be a deer, too quiet for any human at a normal pace. My pulse quickened. I reported it over the radio, keeping my tone calm, giving coordinates and a description. Unknown subject, possibly camping illegally, location South Ridge, coordinates. There was a crackle of static, then the dispatcher's calm voice confirming receipt and telling me to stay put. I watched for nearly an hour as the figure moved through the forest. It was methodical, precise, almost mechanical. Something about it was off. I had seen hikers and campers make their way through rough terrain, but this movement didn't feel natural. The figure disappeared behind a line of trees, and instinctively I knew I had to check it out. I grabbed my flashlight, my radio clipped to my vest, and my sidearm, not because I expected trouble, but because the forest could be unpredictable. The trek down into the valley was rough. Rocks and roots made every step a challenge. I kept my eyes and ears open, listening for any sign of life. The wind shifted, carrying a faint odor, something metallic, coppery. I froze. It smelled like blood. The figure wasn't visible, but the ground told a story. More tracks, deep, uneven, dragging marks along the soil, some covered with leaves. I followed them cautiously. My mind raced. Maybe it was an injured animal, maybe someone lost. But something about the scene felt intentional, prepared. Whoever, or whatever, had been here. They weren't just passing through. Eventually I came across a small cabin tucked deep into the woods. It wasn't on any official map. The structure was crude but functional, logs stacked neatly, windows darkened with soot or grime. There was smoke rising from a makeshift chimney, thin and curling. This place had been lived in. Someone had been here for a while. And judging by the smell, they were still inside. I circled the cabin quietly, keeping low. My training told me to observe before acting. There were no signs of forced entry, no footprints leading away, just the cabin and the immediate clearing. I noticed supplies, stacks of canned food, a small water barrel, some cloth tied to a tree that looked like makeshift laundry. This wasn't someone lost or stranded. This was someone hiding. Someone deliberately avoiding the park's main trails. The sun was almost gone. The forest grew darker. My flashlight beam cut through the underbrush as I approached the cabin. Then I saw it. An outline of a person inside, hunched over something. My heart rate spiked. I moved closer, careful to remain unseen. From where I stood, I could see scraps of paper and rope, strange knots tied tightly, and what looked like traps around the perimeter. Simple, yet effective, small snares designed for animals, maybe even humans. I swallowed hard. Whoever had built this place knew the forest intimately. This was no ordinary trespasser. I reported the situation again over the radio, trying to remain calm. Dispatch, I need immediate backup. I've located an unknown subject, possibly armed, in a hidden cabin deep in the South Ridge Valley. Requesting coordinates for team insertion. Over. Static. No response. My stomach dropped. The signal must be weak here. I was too far down in the valley. I had expected a standard ranger response, but silence stretched for what felt like minutes. The figure inside the cabin shifted, standing slowly. My flashlight caught the glint of metal, a knife or some tool. I backed away slowly, moving behind trees, heart hammering. There was no calling for help, no sudden movements. I had to be smart. The last thing I wanted was a confrontation in the middle of nowhere with someone who clearly knew the land better than I did. Night fell completely. I crouched behind a fallen log, my ears straining. Every crack of a branch, every whisper of wind made me flinch. Then I heard it. A soft, dragging shuffle. Not fast, deliberate. The figure was outside the cabin, moving along the perimeter, inspecting the traps. I realized then how isolated I truly was. No other rangers nearby, no immediate backup, nothing but miles of forest and my instincts. I stayed completely still for what felt like hours, watching, listening. I considered retreating, but I couldn't leave. Not yet. If this person had been here long enough to set traps and hide themselves, there might be evidence. Someone missing, someone hurt. My training and sense of duty forced me to observe, to record, to plan. Eventually, I decided to move in a different direction, up the slope opposite the cabin, trying to get a better vantage. I climbed slowly, using the thick underbrush for cover. My flashlight was off now. Only the faint glow of the moon illuminated the path. From higher ground, I could see the cabin clearly, and I noticed movement. More than one figure, maybe two. My pulse hit my ears. I had no way to call for immediate help. So I did what I had been trained to do in extreme isolation. I noted the patterns, the layout, the number of people, the traps, everything I could. I waited for hours, crouched on the ridge, until the figures eventually retreated into the trees, leaving the cabin empty, silent. At first light, I approached cautiously. The cabin had been deserted overnight. I searched carefully, marking evidence. Tools, rope, scraps of food, papers with notes that didn't make sense to me at first glance. Nothing overtly violent, but the signs of preparation, secrecy, and isolation were enough to make me uneasy. By midday, my backup had finally arrived. Rangers with radios, vehicles, and cameras swept in. We searched the surrounding forest for hours. The cabin was dismantled by the time anyone could return, the occupants gone without a trace. We found no one, no direct evidence of crimes, only the signs of someone living, hiding, and surviving in a deliberate, calculated way. The incident haunted me for weeks. I kept replaying the movements, the quiet, the smell, the sense of being hunted without ever being seen. The forest had shown me its darker side, how easily someone could disappear into the wilderness, how quickly isolation could become a tool for secrecy and fear. I kept returning to the same thought. The people who built that cabin were still out there, somewhere, hidden in plain sight. I returned to my routine patrols, but I never forgot that section of the park. I never approached it casually again. Even now, years later, whenever I'm alone in the forest and the wind shifts just right, I remember the smell of the dirt, the dara. I had always loved the forest. The smell of pine needles, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot, the cold morning mist that clung to the trees before sunrise. It all felt like home. That's why I became a park ranger. I wanted the solitude, the rhythm of nature, the sense that I could walk through a place untouched by the noise of the city and feel completely alive. But nothing in my training, nothing in the stories my fellow rangers told me, could prepare me for what happened that summer in Blackwood Park. I had been on the job for almost 4 years, mostly doing trail maintenance, fire patrols, and guiding occasional hikers who wandered too far off the marked paths. Blackwood Park wasn't famous. It was one of those places people only knew about if they had lived nearby. But it was vast, thousands of acres of dense forest, hills that rose like the backs of sleeping giants, and streams that cut through the land like silver threads. Most days were quiet. Birds, deer, the occasional bear. Sometimes you saw a fox or coyote. Mostly it was just silence, broken only by wind through the trees. That summer, I had just been promoted to the night shift ranger for the main trail system. It was a responsibility I took seriously. Night patrols weren't glamorous, but they were necessary. Fires could start in a blink, and hikers could get lost or worse. It started in early June. The park had been experiencing an unusually dry spell. The rangers and I had spent hours checking fire risks, clearing brush around the trails and patrolling campsites. One night, while driving the old ranger truck along the perimeter, I noticed something strange near an abandoned service road. There was a small clearing I passed often, where the weeds grew thick and the trees spread wide. That night, the moon was barely a crescent, and the clearing looked darker than usual. At first, I thought it was just a shadow, a trick of the headlights. But then I saw it, a figure crouched near the edge of the trees. I stopped the truck, turned off the engine, and stared. It wasn't moving. Not like an animal, anyway. It was human-shaped, but the way it hunched made it look wrong. I didn't get out. I didn't have to. After a few tense seconds, the figure shifted slightly and disappeared into the darkness. My gut twisted. I chalked it up to some kid trespassing, or maybe a hunter. But something about the way it moved didn't feel right. Over the next few days, I started noticing more signs. Trails that were supposed to be empty had footprints, huge, heavy prints like boots but irregular, almost clawed. I would find trash that didn't belong, bits of torn fabric snagged on branches, and the occasional scrap of what looked like a tarp, as if someone had been hiding or camping illegally in the dense forest. The park had been largely untouched for years, and I knew these were signs of someone who had learned to move silently to avoid detection. Then came the night that changed everything. I was on the trail near Old Creek, patrolling alone as usual. My flashlight cut a narrow path through the black trees, illuminating moss and ferns that glowed faintly in the beam. I was careful, methodical, scanning for anything unusual. About 2 miles in, I noticed something on the ground, a patch of disturbed earth, footprints leading toward the creek. They were fresh, the mud still soft. I followed them, feeling a rising unease, my hand hovering near my radio in case I needed backup. That's when I saw the first trap. It wasn't a bear trap, not exactly. It was crude, made of wire and wood, hidden under leaves, positioned near a natural bottleneck in the trail. Whoever had made it knew the park well. They knew where to place something that would catch the foot of someone walking alone. My pulse quickened. I carefully moved the trap aside and continued, scanning the shadows. As I rounded a bend in the trail, I saw something that froze me solid. A small makeshift camp, hidden beneath the low branches of the pines. There was a fire pit, cold now, surrounded by overturned cans and scraps of food. Tarp and rope made a rough shelter against the wind. But what caught my eye were the markings. Lines scratched into trees, rough, jagged symbols, not letters or numbers, just chaotic scratches as if someone had been counting or marking time. My stomach churned. I knew the area had been frequented by hikers, but nothing like this. Someone was living here, and they were hiding deliberately. I radioed the station, quietly, carefully. No response. That was normal. The signal was weak in that part of the park. I decided to mark the spot and return during daylight with backup. But as I turned to leave, I noticed footprints leading deeper into the forest. Smaller, lighter ones that moved in and out of the clearing. Someone was watching me. I spent the next week on high alert. Every patrol, every turn in the trail, I felt it. Eyes on me, shadows moving just beyond the beam of my flashlight. One night I caught a glimpse of a figure, tall, thin, moving like a cat through the underbrush. I chased it for nearly half a mile, heart hammering, only to find it had vanished without a trace. No footprints, no broken branches, nothing. I started sleeping lightly in the ranger station, leaving the doors locked and checking every corner of the building before bed. Then the attacks began. It was subtle at first. Supplies disappeared from the station. A few cans of food, a bottle of water, extra batteries. I assumed I had miscounted. Then one morning I found the tires on my truck slashed. Not punctured, not flat. Cut deep, deliberately. Whoever was doing this knew my schedule, knew my routes. I started patrolling with a baseball bat in my hand. My radio close, but the fear was creeping into me. The kind of fear that makes your stomach knot and your hands shake even in daylight. The real horror came one night when I was patrolling alone near Raven's Bluff. The trail was narrow, the cliffside dropping sharply to the creek below. I had stopped to inspect a fallen tree when I heard it, a soft, deliberate snapping of a branch behind me. I froze, swinging my flashlight. At first I saw nothing, then movement, just at the edge of the light. A person, or something human-shaped, was crouched among the trees, staring at me. Its head tilted unnaturally, and I realized it was wearing scraps of clothing stitched together, bits of camouflage and fabric from park visitors. Its face was obscured by a mask made of torn burlap. I didn't hesitate. I ran. Down the trail, heart hammering, bat swinging wildly in case it followed. I didn't stop until I reached the station, slamming the door behind me. The radio crackled, and finally I got in touch with the chief. Backup arrived immediately. We searched the area, but the figure was gone. The only trace was the disturbed earth near the cliff, and several fresh footprints leading into dense forest that stretched for miles. Over the next month, the attacks escalated. Rangers reported missing supplies, damaged vehicles, and sightings of the figure at various points in the park. Hikers had gone missing too, but only those who wandered off the trails. I started carrying a pistol, rationing batteries for my flashlight, and always checking my surroundings. Every rustle of leaves, every cracking branch felt like a threat. One night, I decided to confront the problem head-on. I knew the person, or people, were hiding in the deepest part of the park, where the trees grew thick and the trails ended. I packed enough supplies for a 48-hour patrol and set out alone, determined to find the encampment. I moved quietly, keeping to the shadows, listening. The forest was alive, but now the sounds were no longer comforting. They were warning me. Somewhere ahead I heard voices, low and indistinct, like whispers, but I couldn't make out words. I kept moving, and eventually I came across it, a clearing I had passed before, but now fully illuminated by the moonlight. The encampment was larger than I had imagined, with multiple shelters, fire pits, and makeshift barriers. And there, at the center, crouched the figure I had seen before, surrounded by evidence of weeks of survival, food caches, stolen items, and worst of all, the remains of what looked like a small animal, butchered for meat. I knew I had to act carefully. I radioed the chief again, explaining everything, and instructed them to coordinate a sweep with multiple units. I stayed hidden, watching. The figure moved methodically, checking traps, repairing shelters. It was smart, deliberate, and terrifyingly efficient. The following day, backup arrived. We moved in quietly, surrounding the clearing. The figure tried to escape, but was trapped by the dense network of rangers. What we found was staggering. Several small, crude shelters, caches of stolen goods, and more than a dozen traps designed to injure intruders. The person was barely a man, gaunt with wild eyes, living completely off the land and evading capture for weeks. He had survived by stealing supplies from hikers and rangers alike, setting traps, and using the forest itself as a shield. It was over quickly after that. The man was taken into custody, and the park slowly returned to normal. Trails were reopened, patrols resumed their usual rhythm, and the forest regained its familiar quiet. But I never forgot that summer, that feeling of being hunted in the very place I thought I knew. The forest had always been my sanctuary, but that summer it became a labyrinth of danger, a reminder that even in the most serene places, there can be shadows darker than night. Years later, I sang.
I've worked as a ranger for a good part of my adult life, and I've walked nearly every kind of terrain this country has to offer. I've done desert patrols under the sun where the heat rises off the rocks and waves, and I've cut through alpine trails where the snow swallowed my legs up to my thighs. I've camped in backcountry spots where I didn't see another person for days. I've been through enough storms to know how small a person really is in the face of nature, and I've run into every kind of animal you can imagine, from rattlesnakes to grizzlies. I don't scare easy, and I don't let my imagination run away from me. If I hear a noise in the woods, I identify it. If I see tracks, I follow them. If I smell something rotting, I look until I find what it is. But the Olympic coast is different. It is, without question, one of the most beautiful places on Earth. When the tide is low, the shore stretches into endless pools where sea stars cling to rocks and anemones sway in the water like they're alive in ways we don't understand. The rainforest presses right up against the coastline, the trees wet and heavy with moss that hangs down like old curtains. The air is thicker there, like breathing through damp cloth, and everything feels exaggerated. The silence when the waves pull back, the crash when they return, the way sound carries strangely through the trees. I've camped all up and down the West Coast, and while each place has its own character, the Olympic coast always felt different in a way I couldn't quite pin down. Not haunted in a ghost story sense, but heavy, oppressive, like the forest is watching you, waiting. I never admitted back then, but I never slept as well there as I did anywhere else. The whole rainforest in particular unsettled me more than I like to admit. One spring, I volunteered to do a string of patrols along the coastal trail system that cut between the forest and the beach. These patrols weren't just about keeping an eye on hikers. We checked for erosion, downed trees, campsites that weren't supposed to exist, fires that people shouldn't have built. It was straightforward work, but it meant staying overnight at different backcountry camps, sometimes alone. That's where it happened. The camp was one of those hike-in spots. Nothing fancy, just a small cleared area set back from the water, maybe half a mile into the trees. You couldn't get there with a vehicle, not even a bike. You had to walk everything in on foot. I reached it late in the afternoon after a long patrol stretch. My pack was heavy, my shoulders sore, and my boots were soaked from slogging through tide pools and wet sand all day. By the time I got there, the sky was already turning gray with that coastal mist that seems to settle in out of nowhere. I dropped my pack, pitched my small tent, and set up a basic camp. The thing about camping alone is that you start to notice every detail because you have no one to distract you. The way the air shifts, the direction the wind is blowing, the rhythm of the surf in the background. That night was no different. The forest pressed close, the trees crowding around like they were leaning in to see what I was doing. The ground was soft and damp, covered with layers of needles and leaves that muffle my steps. Even when I tried to tell myself it was just another night, I couldn't shake the way the air felt thicker than usual. By the time I crawled into my tent, the light was gone. It was black out there, the kind of black you don't get in most places anymore, the kind where you could wave your hand an inch in front of your face and not see it. I was used to that though, and I had my lantern with me, a reliable piece of gear I'd carried on countless trips. I set it by the tent flap, kept my boots close, and tried to sleep. At some point in the night, I woke up. I don't know what pulled me out of sleep exactly. Sometimes it's just the body's way of saying you've had enough rest. But the moment I opened my eyes, I knew something wasn't right. The air felt charged, like static before a storm. I lay there listening. Then I heard it. Movement. It wasn't the light scuttle of a raccoon or the delicate shuffle of a deer picking its way through the undergrowth. This was heavier, measured. Something was in the camp with me. My first thought was a black bear. They're common enough in the area, and they're curious. They'll wander into camps, sniff around for food, sometimes even paw at tents if they catch a scent. That didn't worry me much. I knew how to handle that. I'd had bear encounters before. I reached slowly for my lantern, flicked it on, and sat up, ready to unzip the tent. That's when it came. The growl. Low, guttural, and deep enough to hit me in the chest. It wasn't a bear huffing or grunting. It was something else, stretched out and deliberate. A sound that communicated one clear message. Don't move. I froze. Every hair on my body stood on end, and I felt my skin go cold. I snapped the lantern off, dropped flat to the ground, and held my breath. Then silence. Not the kind of silence you get when things are calm, but the heavy kind, where the whole forest seems to stop. No rustle of leaves. No call of night birds. Not even the distant crash of the surf seemed to break through. Just silence, and my heartbeat hammering in my ears. I don't know how long I lay there. Minutes, maybe hours. My senses were turned up so high that every twitch of fabric, every shift of my body against the ground seemed deafening. I strained to hear something, anything, but there was nothing. No retreating footsteps, no breathing outside, no crack of a branch. At some point, exhaustion must have caught me again because I remember blinking and seeing gray light pressing through the thin walls of the tent. Dawn. I had survived the night. I stepped out slowly, half expecting to see tracks all around the site, claw marks on the trees, something that would explain what I'd heard. But there was nothing. The ground was undisturbed. My gear was untouched. No overturned pots, no paw prints in the soft soil. Just my small, quiet camp, exactly the way I had left it. The rational part of my mind wanted to write it off. Maybe I had dreamed it. Maybe the sound was my imagination blending with the forest. But my body told me otherwise. I could still feel the growl on my chest, as real as anything I'd ever experienced. You can't mistake that. When I hiked back out that day, I stopped at the ranger station and told the others what had happened. I expected them to brush it off or laugh about it, but they didn't. One of the older rangers, a man who'd worked the coast longer than I'd been alive, went pale when I described the growl. He didn't say much, just grabbed the keys to one of the jeeps and headed out toward that camp. When he came back hours later, he had nothing. No tracks, no evidence, no explanation. Just the same silence I had woken up to. That might have been the end of it, but the story doesn't stop there. Because when you work a place long enough, patterns start to show themselves. And over the years, I heard more stories. Hikers who swore they'd been stalked along that stretch, campers who heard breathing outside their tents, rangers who avoided that camp altogether. Always the same. No evidence, no tracks, no clear answers. Just a memory of a sound you couldn't explain and the silence that followed. For me, that was enough. I never camped at that site again. I patrolled through it when I had to, checked for fires and down trees like I was supposed to, but I never stayed. Because some places hold weight you can't shrug off, and the Olympic coast taught me that better than anywhere else. It reminded me that the wild doesn't have to be supernatural to scare you. It only has to be unknown. And sometimes the most terrifying thing isn't what you see, but what you hear in the dark when you're alone, when the forest goes quiet, and you know, without a single doubt, that something is out there, watching. That was years ago, but even now, whenever I think back on it, I can still feel it. The heaviness in the air, the pressure in my chest, the way the silence pressed in after that growl. I can still see myself lying there in the dark, lantern off, heart pounding, waiting for something to happen that never did. That was the first and only time in all my years as a ranger that I truly felt helpless. And that's why the Olympic coast, for all its beauty, will never be my favorite place to camp. Because out there, somewhere between the surf and the trees, there's something I can't explain. Something I never want to meet again. I had worked as a ranger for a number of years, mostly in larger reserves and council-managed countryside sites across the UK, but one posting that has never left my memory was a short seasonal stretch in Shropshire. Unlike the more famous national parks or tourist-heavy forests, this was nothing grand in size or in status. It was a small, overlooked wooded area on the edge of a housing estate and some farmland. Locals walked their dogs there, kids cut through it to get to school, and at night it became one of those places you either avoided or dared your mates to go into. It wasn't the kind of place that drew much attention on paper. A few acres of mixed woodland, patches of oak, birch, and some thick undergrowth. A single footpath cut straight through from one end to the other, a path laid out with loose stone decades before I ever set foot there. It wasn't maintained much anymore, and the stones had shifted, leaving it uneven underfoot. Along that path, spaced wide apart, were old metal street lamps. They gave off a dull, orange light that buzzed faintly when you stood near them. Most of the bulbs were aged and dim, and some were blown completely. At night, you could never quite tell how much of the path would be lit until you walked it. I had grown used to walking sites at all hours. Being a ranger meant patrols, checks, making sure there wasn't vandalism, illegal dumping, or worse. In countryside parks, you worry about poachers. In suburban woodlands like this, you worried more about kids starting fires or rough sleepers setting up camp. But this site, small as it was, carried something heavier in the air. Even during the day, it felt closed in. The trees leaned over the path in places, their branches knotted together like ribs of some great body. When the wind picked up, the leaves would hiss together, and it felt like the whole wood was whispering. One particular night, I remember it was early spring, still cold enough that my breath fogged in front of me. I had agreed to meet up with a couple of mates after my shift. They weren't rangers, just old friends from when I lived closer to the area. We hadn't met in ages, and the plan was simple. Meet at the pub, share a couple of pints, and walk back through the wood toward one of their houses. The pub wasn't far, only a 15-minute walk, but the direct path was through that stretch of trees. I'd walked it before, both on duty and off, so I didn't think much of it. I had my torch with me clipped to my belt, but I remember thinking it wasn't needed at first because of the lamps. We started off down the stone path, the three of us side by side. The stones shifted under our weight with every step, each crunching noise echoing up through the still air. At that hour, the wood was quiet. No dogs barking, no traffic nearby, not even owls. Just the crunch of our boots and the occasional flicker of light as the weak bulbs struggled against the dark. The deeper we went, the more I noticed how far apart the lamps really were. They left large gaps of near total darkness between them. The glow from one would barely reach halfway to the next. So there were moments where we were half blind, our shoes finding the uneven stones by sound more than sight. About halfway through, I caught something strange. The crunch under our boots had a rhythm, 3 sets of steps moving together. But then, faintly, I heard another. It wasn't in sync with ours. It was heavier, slower, almost dragging in parts, like something heavier than any of us was walking just behind. I didn't say anything at first. I kept moving, ears straining. My boots pressed down on the loose stones, each crunch followed by the smaller scrapes of my mates beside me. But then again, from behind, a separate crunch. Not sharp like ours, but deep, like weight pressing into the ground hard. I slowed my steps a little without realizing, and that was when it became obvious. Whatever it was, it matched me. When I slowed, it slowed. When I stopped dead, the sound carried for one more step and then stopped too. That was when the cold prickled the back of my neck. I turned my head slightly, glancing at one mate, and caught the look in his eyes. He'd heard it too. He didn't need to say a word. The tension in his face was enough. We both turned then, looking down the path we just walked. The weak glow of the last lamp lit only a few feet before the black took over. And standing there, just past where the light gave up, was a shape. At first I thought my eyes were playing tricks. The trees twisted shadows into strange outlines all the time. But this wasn't branches or bark. It filled the space of the path entirely. It was tall, taller than any person I'd ever seen in those woods. Easily 7, maybe 8 feet if I had to guess, broad across the shoulders, the edges not clean like a man's, but rough, uneven. I thought maybe it was someone wearing thick gear, maybe carrying a pack. But then the shoulders seemed to move, a kind of subtle shifting, like the surface wasn't cloth, but something else. Something that caught the faint light and dulled it, like fur. The shape didn't step forward. It just stood there, and in the darkness 2 points caught the lamp's glow in a way that looked wrong. They weren't shining by themselves, I told myself that, but they reflected too evenly, too steadily. 2 eyes, set wider apart than a man's, staring straight at us. I felt my stomach turn hollow. I've seen deer at night, foxes, badgers, even the odd farm animal that strayed near woodland. Their eyes reflect torchlight or headlights, but this was different. These didn't blink, didn't flicker. They just burned there, locked on us. The silence was crushing. My ears strained for any sign of movement, but all I got was the faint buzz of the lamp overhead and my own breath in my chest. My instinct was to reach for the torch, but I didn't. Part of me thought if I lit it, I'd see more than I wanted to. Then, without warning, the shape moved. Just a small shift, like it leaned forward slightly, and the stones beneath it gave a loud crunch. Louder than any of our steps had been. Heavy. That broke me. My legs acted before my head did, and I bolted forward along the path. My mates followed instantly, the 3 of us pounding on the loose stones, the sound of our flight scattering through the wood. I didn't dare look back at first. My heart hammered in my ears, breath tearing out of me in bursts. After what felt like forever, but was probably seconds, I risked a glance over my shoulder. The path stretched back into the dark, lamps glowing weakly, but in the black between them, I swore I saw it again. A dark bulk, keeping pace, the faint glint of those eyes flicking into sight when the angle caught. We didn't stop. We ran the length of that wood. Every crunch of the stones beneath us answered by something heavier, something that wasn't tiring like we were. When the last lamp came into sight and the edge of the wood opened toward the estate road, I nearly stumbled in relief. We burst out from the tree lean, onto tarmac, and into the glow of proper streetlights. Only then did I turn fully, scanning the mouth of the path. Empty. Just darkness and trees. The sound had stopped the moment we hit the road. We kept running the last stretch to my mate's house. 5 minutes that felt like an hour until we were inside, doors locked, lungs burning. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that shape standing just beyond the lamplight, waiting. The memory of those eyes sat heavy in me. The next day, once the sun was up, I forced myself back there. Part of me needed to prove it had been nothing. Maybe a trick of the dark, maybe a deer rearing up, maybe even some local prank. In daylight, the path looked harmless, almost small compared to how it had felt at night. The stones were scattered with fresh scuffs and indentations, though. Ours were obvious, light, narrow prints from trainers and boots. But there were others. Vita, Deepa. No clear tread like a shoe would leave. Just impressions, as if something broad and heavy had pressed into the loose stone and shifted it. I followed them a little way, but they faded quickly into the harder ground near the edges. There wasn't enough to explain it. No tracks leading in or out. No obvious sign of an animal. Just those few heavy marks where something had stood and then vanished. I never got an answer to what I saw. Over the years, I've turned it over 100 times in my head. I know it wasn't a ghost or anything like that. It had weight. It had mass. The stones crunched under it. Those eyes weren't glowing on their own. They were reflecting something. That means it was flesh and blood. But no deer stand that tall. No cow moves that quietly through woodland, and no man has eyes like that. I carried on working sites after that. Bigger forests, rougher places, but I never forgot that night in Shropshire. It wasn't the size of the wood that mattered. It was how easily something can hide in plain sight, in places you think you know, places you walk every day without a second thought. To this day, whenever I walk a dimly lit path at night, I catch myself listening for that fourth step, that heavy crunch just out of rhythm with my own. And every time, a part of me wonders if I'll look back and see those eyes again, waiting just beyond the light. I was working as a ranger in southwestern Wyoming during one of those dry stretches of summer when the wind never seems to stop blowing. The kind of wind that picks up fine dust and spreads it over your skin until you feel like you've been dipped in sandpaper. That part of the state isn't much for tall forests or thick rivers like people picture when they think about national parks. Out there, you get wide open spaces, long cuts of desert running into rolling hills, and mountains that look dry from far off, even though they're full of scrub and pine once you get up higher. That summer, my district extended far beyond the paved roads. A good portion of my patrol required driving on dirt tracks that bent and twisted their way across stretches of sagebrush and sharp rock. Roads so rough, I had to crawl the truck along in low gear just to keep the suspension from rattling apart. I had been out there long enough to know which tracks would eventually loop back to the main road, and which ones just faded into the landscape until you had no choice but to turn around. I remember one patrol in particular because of what I found. It wasn't anything illegal or even dangerous, at least not directly, but it was strange in a way that stuck with me. I had been heading deeper into the back roads, about 15 or 20 miles off any pavement, following one of the rougher two tracks up into the foothills. The sky was a pale blue with thin clouds stretched like pulled cotton, and the air carried the dry smell of sage. My truck bounced along, dust rising in a pale trail behind me, and I stopped now and then to note vegetation patterns, check on old cattle fences, and make sure none of the backcountry gates have been tampered with. Out there, you mostly expect to find signs of ranchers, hunters, or the occasional ATV rider. What I didn't expect was what I saw about halfway through the day, climbing a slope that overlooked a shallow basin. At first, I thought it was a cairn, the kind of rock pile hikers or ranchers sometimes leave as markers. But as I got closer, I realized it wasn't just a stack. It was shaped, almost circular, built of flat rocks that must have been gathered from the surrounding slopes. It stood about chest high, maybe a little taller, and right in the middle was a square hole, like a small window carved out of the stones. I killed the engine and got out to look at it. The wind moved the sage around me, rattling its dry stalks, and there was nothing else. No sound of cattle, no distant engine, just the whine of the breeze. The pillar was almost too clean to be random. Each rock had been set into place with some care, not just tossed together, and the square hole was nearly perfect, sharp edges aligned, so you could peer right through it like the sight on a rifle. When I leaned down and looked through, the hole lined up with the valley beyond, pointing toward a cluster of trees and, farther off, what looked like the roof of an old house. From that angle, it was as if the pillar had been built for the sole purpose of framing that house in the distance. I stood there longer than I should have, brushing my hand along the rocks, noticing how smooth some were and how others still had the flaked edge from breaking off naturally. I tried to imagine someone hauling them up there, one by one, setting them just so until the circle stood firm. Out in the desert, far from any road, it must have taken hours, maybe days. I figured it was an odd one-off, maybe some rancher's experiment or an old marker for something long forgotten. But a mile or two further on, I found another. This one was shorter, but just as circular, with the same squared-out eye-hole cut into the middle. Again, when I crouched and lined up my view, it pointed toward that same distant house. I drove further, uneasy now, and by the time I had looped through about 3 miles of rough country, I had counted 5 or 6 of them, all built with the same care, the same circular walls of flat rock, the same square openings that lined up almost perfectly with the house down in the valley. It was as if someone had gone to great trouble to make sure every pillar served as a sight line. The house itself looked old, maybe abandoned. From that far away, all I could make out was the roof line, weather gray, with a few cottonwoods clustered nearby. No road led straight to it from where I stood, but I knew if I cut around the basin, I could probably find one. The more I thought about those pillars, the less sense they made. They weren't markers in any practical sense. Ranchers didn't build anything that useless, and hunters didn't need giant rock circles with eye holes to know where to aim. It looked deliberate, and it was too clean to be the work of kids messing around. I made notes, took a few photos with the camera we carried in the truck, and logged the GPS points. It was part of the job. If you find something unusual, you mark it. I told myself I'd ask around later. Maybe one of the older ranchers knew something about them. But what unsettled me most wasn't just the pillars. It was the ground around them. The desert, for all its dryness, has a way of showing patterns. Normally, the sagebrush spreads out in loose, irregular patches. Clumps of grass spring up wherever there's just enough soil to catch water, and the bare dirt cracks in wide veins under the sun. But around each of those pillars, the plants seem different. Almost like they grew in a circle, more ordered, less random. I walked around one for a good 15 minutes, checking the ground, and I couldn't shake the sense that it wasn't the same as everywhere else. Maybe it was just the way the wind funneled through the rocks. Maybe shade or moisture collected differently near the base, but it made the scene feel unnatural, like the land itself had shifted to accommodate the pillar. By the time I looped back to the truck, the sun was starting to slide down the sky, the light taking on that harsh gold that makes every shadow stand out. I had the choice to either keep circling toward the house or turn back the way I came. Logic said, turn back. My shift had already gone long, and I still had to drive those rough tracks out to pavement before dark. But as I drove on, I found myself glancing back at those pillars in the mirror, each one shrinking into the distance, all of them staring toward that house. I couldn't shake it. Over the next few weeks, I mentioned it to a couple of fellow rangers when we were swapping stories back at the station. Nobody had seen them. A few shrugged it off, saying sometimes ranchers or surveyors did odd things years back that made no sense today. Someone suggested maybe it was an art project, though it seemed too remote for that. But it stuck with me. Every patrol I had in that section of desert, I found myself steering closer to that basin. Sometimes I stopped at the pillars again, walking around them, looking through the square holes toward that same lonely house. It always lined up, no matter which one I stood at. And every time I looked, the house seemed smaller, more distant, but still there, quiet in its grove of cottonwoods. Finally, one day, I decided to drive closer. Not because I thought I'd find anything dangerous, but because the not knowing bothered me more than the risk. I cut across the ridges until I found the faint track that led toward the house. The road was barely there, just a pair of worn ruts half swallowed by weeds. The truck lurched and groaned over the uneven ground, and I had to stop a few times to kick rocks out of the way. The closer I got, the thicker the cottonwoods grew, their leaves trembling in the wind like a warning. When I finally pulled up, I saw the house was older than I thought. The roof sagged in the middle, shingles long gone, boards gray and splintered. Windows were broken out, and the door hung crooked on rusted hinges. No one had lived there in decades, but someone had built it with care, just like those pillars. I stepped out and walked slow, boots crunching on dry dirt. The air felt still, heavier somehow beneath the trees. Around the house, the ground looked the same as near the pillars. Plants arranged in odd patches, not random like natural growth. I circled the house, looking for any sign of recent use. There was nothing, no footprints, no tire tracks, no trash. Just silence, the cottonwoods creaking faintly above. Inside, the rooms were bare. Dust covered the floorboards, and the walls were marked with faint outlines where furniture had once been. In one room, the back wall had collapsed inward, letting shafts of sunlight slice across the floor. I found no tools, no old equipment, nothing left behind. The strangest part was how the house sat directly in line with those pillars. Standing in the doorway, I could almost picture them out there, circles of stone like watchtowers, all focused on this single empty place. I left after an hour, unsettled and no closer to an answer. That night, back in my cabin, I thought about it over and over. Who had built those pillars? Why had they lined them up with a house that hadn't been lived in for years? Why the perfect circles, the square holes cut so exact? There are explanations, of course. Maybe some eccentric rancher had built them decades ago for reasons no one remembers. Maybe it was a failed land survey project or some experiment with sight lines and mapping. Maybe the plant patterns were just tricks of the mind, the human brain seeing order where none existed. But the thing is, I've been all over that land since then. I've seen abandoned ranches, collapsed sheds, rusted out vehicles left to bake in the sun. None of them ever carried the same weight those pillars did. None of them ever felt so deliberate. I've been working as a ranger for a good part of my life, and over the years I've seen a lot of things that stay with me. Some are small moments, like stumbling across old foundations from long-gone homesteads, or watching a storm roll across the prairie when you're the only one out in it. Some are heavier, the kind of things you don't bring up around the campfire when people are looking for light stories. What I'm about to lay out is one of those heavier things. And even though it's been years since it happened, I can still bring myself back to that night with every detail sharp as glass. It was in Iowa of all places. People don't usually think of Iowa when they think of parks or camping trips. They picture cornfields and quiet small towns, but the state has its share of wooded areas and stretches of river where people go to camp. The park I was assigned to wasn't one of the most glamorous ones. No huge waterfalls or mountains, nothing that pulled in big tourist crowds. Just a handful of trails, a lake that fishermen liked, and a few small campgrounds tucked into the trees. It was quiet most of the time, which suited me fine. The thing about quiet parks is that they draw in people who don't necessarily want to be noticed. Families who want something cheap and close to home, sure, but also groups who want to cut loose where there aren't rangers breathing down their necks every hour. You learn to tell the difference fast. The family spots have lawn chairs and coolers and kids' bikes leaning against picnic tables. The trouble spots have beer cans on the ground by sundown and too many people hanging around one fire pit. That night was spring, the kind of weather where daytime felt like summer, but nights still dropped cold enough to make you bundle up. I was running the usual late rounds, checking that fires were out, and nobody was trying to push curfew too far. It was quiet at first, just the sound of crickets starting up and the breeze moving through the trees. I remember thinking it was going to be an easy night. Then I heard it. At first, it was faint, echoing across the campground in a way that made it hard to place. A high-pitched wail that cut through the quiet. It wasn't laughter or the kind of shout you hear when someone's had too much to drink. It was raw, jagged, the sound of someone in real distress. I picked up my pace. The sound carried better as I got closer, and soon I could hear that it wasn't a single cry, but a series of them, broken up by dry heaving. My first thought was that someone had food poisoning or was dealing with alcohol poisoning. It happens more often than people think. Campers underestimate how fast dehydration and drinking can catch up to them when they're out in the woods. When I rounded the loop and saw the sight, my stomach dropped. There must have been 30 people packed into one area way beyond the posted limit. They were sprawled on lawn chairs, sitting on coolers, some standing off to the side in the trees. The fire was burning too high, bottles and trash scattered all around. It looked less like a campground and more like a backyard house party dumped in the middle of the woods. And then there was the girl. She was lying near the edge of the site, half on her side, retching so violently her whole body jolted each time. Except nothing was coming up anymore. Just that horrible dry sound, her body fighting to get rid of something it no longer could. Her face was pale and streaked with sweat, hair sticking to her cheeks. Her breaths came in short, panicked bursts, like she couldn't quite catch enough air. I felt that sick twist in my gut that comes when you know you might be looking at someone's last moments if nothing changes. The others around her weren't helping. Some were standing back with their arms crossed. Some were laughing under their breath. Some had their eyes darting to the tree line like they were calculating whether to bolt. A couple were muttering to each other, glancing down at her, like she was an inconvenience instead of a person in danger. It hit me quick and hard. This wasn't just alcohol. I'd seen drunks plenty of times. This was something else, and from the way her body was reacting, I figured drugs. Opiates. Pills crushed up or mixed with booze. It wasn't the first time I'd dealt with it in the park, but it was by far the worst I'd seen. I did what I had to do. I grabbed my radio and called it in, making sure to give them the site number and the condition of the girl. The operator patched me straight to dispatch, and I asked for both law enforcement and EMS. Out in these parts, response time isn't fast. You make the call, and then you're standing there waiting, trying to keep things stable until backup shows up. Those minutes felt like hours. I could see in their faces that most of the group wanted nothing to do with what was happening. Some started edging toward the woods, slipping into the trees to avoid being around when law enforcement rolled in. A couple grumbled loud enough about how she was ruining the night. The lack of care in their voices was something that stuck with me more than almost anything else from that night. They were ready to leave her there like a bag of trash. Just walk away and pretend she hadn't existed. I stayed with her. She was barely conscious, body twitching between dry heaves. Every few seconds her eyes would flutter like she was going to pass out completely, and I kept watching her chest, counting the rise and fall of her breaths. I kept an eye on her airway, adjusting her when she slipped too far on her back, so she wouldn't choke if she managed to bring something else up. I didn't have much more than basic first aid training and some emergency gear in my truck, but it was all I could do. Time moves differently when you're waiting like that. I remember the way the fire crackled too loud, the way the night air bit into my arms, even though I was sweating from adrenaline. I remember the scuff of feet in the leaves as more of the group decided to scatter. At one point, there were only maybe 10 left, and even they were hanging back, arms folded, muttering about whether cops would search their cars. Not one of them crouched down to check on her. Finally, I heard the distant crunch of tires on gravel. Red and blue lights cut through the trees, bouncing off the tents and the lake. Relief hit me like a wave. Rangers aren't medics. There's only so much you can do when someone's body is shutting down. The deputies were first out of the cars, flashlights sweeping the area, voices sharp as they told people to stay put. You could see the panic set in on what was left of the group, the way some of them tried to play it cool while others froze. Then the EMTs were there, moving fast, pulling gear from the back of the ambulance. They got to work on the girl with practice speed, checking her vitals, securing her airway, starting IVs. Watching them was like watching someone try to pull a drowning swimmer out of deep water. You didn't know if it was too late or not. They loaded her up, and I stepped back, my legs suddenly feeling like they turned to stone. My heart was still thudding in my ears, but there was a weight lifting, too. She was in real hands now, the kind that could actually make a difference. Law enforcement started dealing with the rest. IDs collected, statements taken, cars searched. You could feel the mood shift from smug to scared. The ones who had slipped into the woods didn't come back, but they'd have to face the fallout eventually. When it was all over and the ambulance had pulled away, I stood there in the quiet again. The fire had burned down low, casting only weak light over the wreck of the site. Trash everywhere, half-empty bottles, a couple of chairs tipped over where people had been sitting. It looked like a battlefield after everyone had cleared out. I stayed until the last of the cruisers left, making sure the fire was fully out, making notes for the report I'd have to file. The adrenaline had worn off by then, leaving behind a bone-deep exhaustion. My hands shook as I doused the coals, the hiss of water on fire filling the silence. Driving back through the park roads that night, the trees seemed darker than usual. My headlights cut tunnels through them, and I kept thinking about the girl's face, pale and slick with sweat, her chest rising and falling in those shallow, desperate gasps. I kept thinking about how easily she could have been left there, how close it had been to nobody ever calling for help. That was over 7 years ago. I still don't know what became of her after the hospital. Maybe she pulled through. Maybe she went right back to the same crowd. That's the part that eats at you, the not knowing. But what I do know is that I saw the true face of neglect that night. Not just the drugs, not just the overdose, but the way 30 people could look at someone on the edge of dying and decide she wasn't worth the trouble. That's what keeps me awake sometimes. Not the screams themselves, but the silence that followed them. The silence of people who should have cared and didn't. And when people ask me about the scariest nights I've had on the job, I don't talk about animals or getting lost in storms. I think about that campground in Iowa and the sound of a body fighting to stay alive while the people who were supposed to be her friends stood around, ready to vanish into the woods and leave her behind. That's the kind of thing that shows you the darkest parts of human nature. And I'll say this because it's the only ending I can give. I never drive past that section of road without remembering. The gravel lot looks the same, the trees still line the campsites, but in my head I can still see the fire too high, the girl on her side, and the crowd shifting with indifference. If there's one thing that night taught me, it's that sometimes the scariest thing you'll face out here isn't the wilderness at all. It's what people are willing to do or not do when another person's life is on the line. I worked as a park ranger for a number of years, and during that time, I learned that most of the stories people tell around campfires have some kernel of truth, even if they get bent out of shape by rumor and retelling. There was one lake in particular that carried more than its share of bad stories. Long before I worked in that area, people talked about what happened there, and once I got assigned to it, I saw with my own eyes how a place could hold on a tragedy and danger without needing any sort of supernatural explanation. The lake was tucked away behind ridges of pine-covered hills, about an hour's drive down a rough gravel road from the nearest town. The state had built cabins there back in the 70s, cheap wooden structures that were meant to bring in tourists. Most of them were abandoned now, half rotting from years of neglect, but the shells still stood, hidden by trees and undergrowth. I had been told before I ever set foot there that a family had once been killed at that lake, a father, mother, and their young boy. They had been camping by the water's edge when a bear came through. The official story was that the smell of food and garbage had drawn it in. All three were mauled before anyone could help. By the time another camper stumbled across the site, the bear had already vanished back into the woods. People like to repeat that if you went near the cabins where the family had stayed, you could still hear screams or see their ghosts. To me, those were just the ways people try to wrap their heads around sudden, violent death in a wild place. But I knew one thing from the start. People had died horribly there, and that fact alone left a mark on the area. The lake had another reputation too, darker in a different way. For years, people whispered about strange gatherings at night, fires burning deep in the woods, and groups of robed figures chanting by the shoreline. Locals said there had been sightings of animals mutilated and left behind, and sometimes campers reported hearing drumming and low voices echoing across the water. Most of those stories were brushed off as teenagers trying to scare each other, or maybe drug users fooling around. But I knew for a fact that the sheriff's department had responded to more than one call about trespassers and suspicious gatherings out there. They usually arrived too late to catch anyone, only finding ashes from fires, wax from melted candles, or strange chalk markings left on the old cabins. When I first got the assignment to patrol that sector, I try not to let the stories get under my skin. My job was to keep people safe, enforce the park rules, and make sure the wildlife and land weren't being abused. Still, I could feel the weight of the place the first time I drove down that long gravel road. The trees seemed thicker there, their trunks closer together, with branches hanging low enough that the road often felt like a tunnel. By the time I reached the lake, the air seemed cooler and stiller than it should have been, like the breeze that moved through the rest of the forest stopped short at the water's edge. The cabins sat off to one side, clustered in a half circle around a clearing. We usually warn visitors not to enter them because of the risk of collapse or injury, but I always check them during patrols. I'd walk through each structure, shining my flashlight across the peeling walls, broken furniture, and scattered trash left by whoever had squatted there before. In the cabins nearest to the lake, you could still see black marks on the wooden floor where campers had once lit indoor fires to stay warm. The smell of damp wood and rot clung to everything. At night, the lake took on another life. Sound carried across the water, and I learned quickly how much noise could play tricks on you. A loon's call could echo and twist into something that sounded human. Wind moving through branches could form a rhythm that mimicked words. But there were other times when I couldn't explain what I heard. One evening in early fall, I was doing a routine patrol near the cabins. The sun had gone down fast, and the woods were already dark except for the silver light of the moon breaking through gaps in the clouds. I parked my truck near the trailhead and started down toward the lake on foot. I had been warned by other rangers to keep an ear out for squatters or partiers, especially on weekends, so I moved quietly, listening for the usual signs of trespassers: voices, music, or the clink of bottles. Instead, after about 20 minutes of walking, I heard something that froze me in place. It was a low, steady sound, too rhythmic to be wind and too controlled to be an animal. It rose and fell like chanting. My first thought was that I had finally come across one of the groups people always talked about. I killed my flashlight and crouched low near a stand of trees, trying to let my eyes adjust to the moonlight. The sound carried clearly now. Several voices, deep and slow, repeating some kind of pattern. I couldn't make out words, just tones. Then, through the trees, I saw a faint red glow flickering against the trunks. It looked like firelight. I stayed put for a long time, listening. My training told me not to walk straight into a group like that alone, especially when I had no idea how many people there were or what they were doing. I radioed my location back to dispatch, keeping my voice low, and said I might have a group of trespassers near the north cabins. The nearest backup was 40 minutes out. While I waited, I kept listening. The chanting grew louder for a few minutes, then suddenly stopped. The firelight went dark. The woods fell into silence, so complete that I could hear my own heartbeat. I waited another 20 minutes without seeing or hearing anything else before my backup finally arrived. By the time we moved in together with flashlights, there was nothing left but a small circle of ashes on the ground near the cabin clearing. No people, no fire, no noise. That was the first night I realized the stories weren't just smoke. People really were coming out to that lake for reasons that didn't belong to hiking or camping. Over the years, I saw more signs. Carcasses of animals left in unnatural ways, bones arranged in patterns, trees with symbols carved into their bark. Once in the dead of winter, I found a half-melted black candle stuck into the snow beside the frozen shoreline, its wax pooling like blood across the ice. Always the same evidence, gatherings that broke apart before we could ever catch anyone. The hardest part was knowing how close I sometimes came to walking into them while they were still happening. One night, I tracked a group by following the glow of fire through the trees, only to have it snuffed out as soon as I got within sight. The silence that followed was suffocating. It made me think they knew I was there, that they were watching me from the dark. As for the old story about the family that died by the lake, I came across their campsite once by accident. The old fire ring was still there, though grass had grown over most of it, and a rusted folding chair lay collapsed nearby. Standing there, knowing what had happened, I felt the same heavy stillness that hung over the whole place. People said they could hear screams or see ghosts, but I never did. What I felt was worse in its own way. Just the knowledge that 3 people had suffered horribly right where I was standing, that nature could turn violent so fast when people forgot how fragile they were out there. The years I worked at that lake wore on me. Every patrol felt like walking the edge of something I couldn't quite name. Not supernatural, not ghosts, just the raw reminder that people and wild places don't always mix well. Animals kill without warning. People gather in the dark for reasons you don't want to understand. My last season there ended with an incident that sealed the place in my mind forever. I was out on patrol late one night, near the cabins again, when I heard voices. This time they weren't distant or muffled. They were close. I froze, crouched, and listened. There were at least half a dozen people, maybe more. The chanting started low, rising in rhythm. I eased forward just far enough to see through the trees. They were standing in a rough circle, robed, with a fire burning in the middle. One of them held what looked like a wooden staff, lifting it in time with the voices. In front of the fire lay the carcass of a deer, its legs splayed unnaturally. I backed away as quietly as I could, heart pounding. My radio was in my hand, but I didn't call in right there. I knew if they heard me, if they caught even the faint crackle of static, I'd be exposed. I put as much distance as I could between myself and that clearing before finally calling it into dispatch. By the time the sheriff's deputies and other rangers arrived, the place was empty. The fire had been stamped out, the deer gone. Only the prints of boots in the dirt remained. That was enough for me. I finished out the season, but I requested a transfer the first chance I got. Some places weigh too heavy on a person after a while. The lake was one of them. Looking back, I can say this. There were no ghosts there, no supernatural forces, but that didn't make the place any less dangerous. The family who died had faced the brutal reality of nature. The gatherings at night proved what people are willing to do when they think no one is watching. The danger was real, just not in the way campfire stories like to tell it. When people ask me about that lake now, I don't repeat the ghost stories or the rumors. I just tell them the truth. A family was mauled by a bear there. Strange groups really did meet at night. And I tell them to stay away once the sun goes down. Because I've seen enough to know that some places don't need ghosts to be terrifying. The real things that happen, there are more than enough. I had been working as a seasonal park ranger for a few years by the time that trip north happened, and by then I'd gotten used to long drives, bad roads, and the kind of silence that can only be found deep in the backcountry. I thought I knew how to handle the dark spaces and the uneasy feelings that creep up when you're miles from anyone else. But that drive from Central California up toward Canada burned itself into my memory in a way that still makes me unsettled when I think back on it. It started simple enough. My best friend and I packed up to camp along the way north, figuring we'd find spots as we went. That's the way we like to do it. No set plans, just move forward until we needed to stop, then pull into whatever campground or forest road we could find. Usually that kind of freedom feels exciting, but this trip had a different tone from the very beginning. The highway was fine until we cut off onto a side road that wound deeper into the woods. The pavement ended, the surface broke into cracked asphalt and then loose gravel. And soon we were crawling along at less than 20 miles an hour just to keep the tires from bottoming out in the potholes. Some of the holes were so deep, they looked more like washed-out craters. The road twisted between walls of bare trees. They weren't thin saplings either. They were huge, stripped of leaves, bark pale under the sky, so tall and straight they looked unnatural. Every time the wind moved, the branches shifted just enough that I thought I saw someone standing along the road's edge, watching. The dust was thick. Each time a tire hit a pothole, it threw up a sheet of pale dirt that hung low over the ground. It didn't rise like normal dust. It sat there, crawling forward like a slow fog. Driving through it made everything look monochrome, like the world had been bleached of color. I kept squinting through the windshield, adjusting the wipers even though it wasn't raining, just trying to clear the haze from my vision. It made the trees seem even more human-shaped, like every gap hid a figure waiting for us. We pushed on like that for miles, hoping to stumble onto an open campground, but every pull-off we tried was already packed. Some spots had tents squeezed shoulder to shoulder, others had cars jammed into ditches just to make space. It was strange to see so many people and yet feel so completely alone in that landscape. There was no sound of voices, no kids laughing, no music from portable speakers, just the crunch of our tires, the groan of suspension, and the whisper of that dust sliding over the ground. Finally, we found a narrow side track that dropped into a low clearing. There were no other cars, no signs, no picnic tables, nothing to suggest it was an official campsite, but it was flat and we were tired. We stepped out to check it. Right away, the air hit me in the face, heavy and sour. It wasn't just the normal rot of leaves or the musk of damp soil. It was sharp, like something dead was hidden nearby, something that had been baking in the summer heat and letting off its gases into the air. I tried breathing through my mouth, but the taste coated my tongue, metallic and foul. I kept scanning the edges of the clearing, expecting to find a carcass, maybe a deer tangled in the underbrush or something left by a hunter. But there was nothing visible. The smell was there, steady, impossible to ignore, yet there was no sign of its source. My friend shrugged it off, but I couldn't shake it. I felt my shoulders tightening, the hairs on my arms rising, like the air itself was warning us away. We didn't stay long. After a few minutes, we both admitted it didn't feel right and climbed back into the car to push on. It wasn't until much later, long after the trip, that I learned we had cut straight through an area known as prime Bigfoot country. People told stories of howls in the woods, massive shapes moving just beyond flashlight beams, things that weren't bears but weren't human either. I never saw anything like that myself, but the atmosphere back there, the smell, the shapes in the trees, the dust that moved like fog, it didn't need legends to feel wrong. It was wrong all on its own. That night we finally pulled into a legitimate campground, far north and nearly empty. The relief of an actual site with a fire ring and space to stretch out felt like luxury. We pitched the tent in record time, cooked a quick meal, and crawled into our bags. For a while, everything felt normal again. I let myself relax, listening to the fire crackle outside and the distant calls of owls. Sometime after midnight, I woke to a noise. It was faint at first, a soft shuffling sound right outside the tent wall. My body froze before my mind even caught up. I lay there perfectly still, ears straining. The sound came again, something brushing against the nylon, like a foot dragging in the dirt or a hand grazing the fabric. I told myself it was a bear. Bears wander through campsites all the time. They sniff around, they move on. But the sound didn't match. It wasn't the heavy, deliberate thump of a bear's weight. It was lighter, closer, almost like breathing pressed against the thin wall of material that separated me from whatever was out there. My chest tightened as I remembered that earlier in the evening, I had shaved my legs outside the tent with nothing but soap and water. I cursed myself for the scent, for the trail of soap bubbles that must still be on the ground. Every snap of a twig outside made me more certain I had lured something to us, something curious and hungry. The noise went on for what felt like forever, scratching, rustling, a faint rhythm that circled the tent. My friend lay asleep beside me, her breathing steady and slow. I wanted to shake her awake, to have someone else confirm what I was hearing, but fear held me down. I imagined the instant I moved, the sound would stop, and I'd be left with nothing but my racing heartbeat to prove it had been real. Finally, I gathered the nerve. I shifted, reached out, and nudged her shoulder. The sound cut off. Dead silence. My friend stirred slightly, but didn't wake. I lay back, ears straining, waiting for the noise to return. It never did. After a long stretch, I realized the faint rhythm I had been so sure of was still there, but it wasn't outside. It was inside the tent. My friend, asleep beside me, had been making the noises the whole time. A small whistle in her breath, the fabric shifting as she twitched in her bag. The small, unconscious movements of sleep had all blended together until my fear turned them into something stalking us from outside. The relief was sharp, almost painful. My muscles went slack all at once, and I lay there laughing silently at myself in the dark, the tension draining out. Sleep came eventually, heavy and dreamless. The next morning the world looked completely different. Sunlight cut through the trees, the air smelled fresh, the dirt road shimmered like it had never been sinister. I thought back to the bare trees, the dust, the clearing with the stench, and the long night of imagined danger. I realized how easy it was for fear to build itself from nothing, how silence and shadows could trick the brain into seeing and hearing things that weren't there. Still, I never forgot that smell in the clearing. I never forgot the way the trees had looked like people lining the road. And I never forgot how quickly I went from calm to certain that something was pressing against my tent in the middle of the night. There was no ghost, no monster, no fairy tale creature. But that didn't make the fear any less real. When I look back on it now, I see it as a reminder. The woods don't need anything supernatural to unsettle you. The isolation, the silence, the way the land itself shifts under strange light, that's enough to wear you down. That trip taught me to respect those feelings. If a place smells wrong, if the trees look too much like watchers, if the dust hangs in a way that doesn't make sense, leave. Trust the unease, because sometimes it's the only warning you get. By the time we finally crossed into Canada, the tension of that stretch of road had faded, replaced by normal miles and campsites full of families, laughter, and the kind of noise that makes a forest feel alive instead of empty. But I know those woods are still there, those hollow clearings and bare trees, and I know if I ever drove that road again, I'd feel the same pull in my gut telling me not to stop. That's enough for me. That trip ended fine. We camped, we hiked, we made it home with stories to laugh about. But buried under the laughter is the memory of a place that didn't want us there. And that's what sticks with me most, the understanding that not every scary moment comes from something chasing you. Sometimes the land itself is enough to push you back, and you're better off listening. I still remember the weight of that night, even though many years have passed. I wasn't a park ranger back then. I was just a boy, 13 years old, on a school camping trip in South Africa. I think the reason the memory never left me is because it was the first time I truly felt how thin the line between safety and danger really is when you're out in the wild. Later in life, when I became a ranger, I found myself going back to that night over and over, understanding it in a deeper way. Back then, I only felt the raw fear, but now I can look at it through the eyes of someone who spent years living and working in the bush. I can tell it straight, with all the little details burned into me. There were around 40 or 50 boys in our group, all about the same age. We had teachers with us, men who tried to act confident so we wouldn't fall apart, but you could see in their eyes that they were carrying a lot of responsibility. The trip was supposed to be a mix of hiking, camping, and cabin stays. 2 nights were in proper cabins with wooden walls and bunk beds, and 2 nights were under canvas, or what you could even call half canvas. The tents weren't really closed up like the ones you buy for a weekend trip. They were big, open shelters, more like tarps pulled into shape with poles. They gave shade, they kept rain off, but they didn't stop sound, smell, or anything alive that wanted to walk through. By the time we reached the river on the 3rd day, we were dirty and tired from hiking. The trail had been dry and dusty, the kind of dust that clings to your skin and settles in your throat so that every swallow tastes like grit. Our boots were worn in, socks damp with sweat, and our shoulders sore from carrying packs that felt heavier by the mile. The sun in that part of the country doesn't show any mercy. It was sharp, hammering down from above, bouncing off rocks and sand so that even the air felt heavy. When we finally came down the slope and saw the water glinting in the distance, we all cheered. Even the teachers looked relieved, though they tried to keep order and not let us break into a run. The river wasn't wide where we camped. It was shallow, maybe knee-deep in places, with clear water running over a bed of smooth stones. The banks were lined with reeds, thorn bushes, and some bigger trees that gave us pockets of shade. Dragonflies darted above the surface, and I remember the sound of frogs plopping into the water when we got too close. It felt like paradise after the long walk. We dropped our packs, splashed our faces, and some boys fell flat into the water just to cool their bodies. The camp setup was quick. 3 big open tents went up on flat ground not far from the water. Each one had to hold a third of us, so they were crowded once we all spread sleeping bags and laid out our gear. The teachers lit a fire, not just for cooking, but also for comfort. The flames felt like the center of everything that evening. We gathered around it, eating, laughing, and talking about how good it would feel to sleep after the long day. When the sun sank, the bush changed fast. The calls of birds softened, the frogs grew louder, and insects filled the air with their buzzing. The smell of smoke drifted into our clothes, and the stars came out sharper than I'd ever seen them before. I remember lying back for a moment, staring at the sky, and thinking how far away home felt. That's when the sound started. At first, it was distant, so faint that you could almost dismiss it as imagination. It was a sort of high-pitched whoop, broken by a low laugh. Then it came again, louder this time, a rising call that ended in that eerie, cackling noise that makes the hair on your neck stand up. Hyenas. I had only ever seen them on television before that trip, running in packs with those sloping backs and big jaws. Their laugh was something I thought I'd never hear outside of documentary. But here it was in the air, carried to us over the river and through the night. Some of us froze when we first heard it. Others tried to joke, saying it was far away, nothing to worry about. But every boy there knew what hyenas were capable of. They weren't like lions that stalked quietly. They made noise, they worked in groups, and they had no problem circling a camp if they smelled food. Our teachers stoked the fire higher, feeding it with branches until it burned bright and strong, sending sparks up into the darkness. The flames lit up the open tents, our nervous faces, and the glint of sweat on our foreheads. The laughter calls kept coming, moving from one direction to another. Sometimes they were to the east, sometimes to the west, and once it felt like they were on both sides at once. They were still a distance away, but sound in the bush can trick you. At night, with no walls and no real shelter, every noise feels close. The longer we listened, the more it felt like they were tightening around us. My stomach was knotted the whole time. I lay in my sleeping bag, staring at the roof of the tent, trying to steady my breathing while the calls echoed out of the dark. Sleep didn't come easy. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined shapes moving just beyond the firelight. My ears caught every rustle of grass, every snap of a twig. The boys beside me shifted and tossed, just as restless, though nobody said a word. Hours crawled by. Sometimes the sounds of the hyenas faded, and I thought maybe they had gone. Then the laugh would cut through the night again, and it felt like the ground dropped out from under me. That night seemed endless. The fire burned low, then was fed again, then low again. The air cooled, and I curled deeper into the bag, but the fear didn't ease. The only comfort was the crackle of the flames and the knowledge that the teachers were awake, watching. But even that comfort was thin, because the hyenas never stopped reminding us that we were small, soft, and exposed. When dawn finally came, it was like the world had been washed clean. The first light spread across the trees, and the sounds of the night faded into silence. Birds started calling again, the same ones that had gone quiet hours earlier, and the fear of the night began to feel distant, almost unreal. There were no tracks in camp, no torn bags, no sign that anything had come too close. Some boys laughed with relief. Others just sat quietly, too tired from the long hours of lying awake. We went down to the river to wash up. The water was cold on our skin, waking us up better than any amount of sleep could. I remember crouching down, scooping water onto my face, and watching the surface ripple out. It felt good to be alive, to feel the sun climbing, to know the night was over. A group of boys, along with one teacher, decided to walk downstream a bit where the water widened. I stayed near camp, too tired and wary to wander. A little while later, word came back. They had found something. Curiosity pulled me and others to follow. About 300 feet down, on the bank, lay a carcass. I can still see it clearly in my mind. The ribs torn open, the skin shredded, meat and bone left in a mess that stank of blood and death. It wasn't old. The flies hadn't even gathered yet. Whatever it had been, probably an antelope, had been taken apart during the night. The sight hit me hard. It wasn't like a picture in a book or a lesson in class. It was raw, real, and close. The ground around it was torn with prints, clear marks of hyenas that had swarmed it. The noise we had heard all night wasn't just distant background. It was the sound of predators working together, not far from where we slept with nothing but thin fabric above us. That shredded body was proof of how close they had been. We didn't linger. The teachers moved us back to camp quickly. We packed up that morning and moved on, the fear still hanging heavy in the air even though the sun was bright. None of us joked anymore. None of us needed to. We had seen enough. Looking back now, with years of experience as a ranger, I understand the situation better. The teachers were right that the park had fencing and that hyenas often travel miles in search of food. But fences in the wild aren't always perfect, and distance doesn't matter much to an animal that roams far each night. The fire had been our best defense, the light and heat keeping them from testing us. They had food that night, fresh prey near the river, and maybe that was the only reason they hadn't pushed closer to sniff at our camp. If that carcass hadn't been there, I sometimes wonder what they might have done. That night shaped me. It taught me that the bush has its own rules, and that safety is never guaranteed. It also showed me that fear isn't always a weakness. It sharpens you, keeps you awake, makes you respect the land and the creatures that own it far more than we ever will. When I became a ranger years later, I carried that lesson with me. I never underestimated the sound in the night again, never dismissed the distance of a predator's call, and never forgot that the thin walls we put around ourselves mean nothing to the wild. The memory of lying awake, listening to those laughs moving around the dark, is still with me. It's the kind of memory that never fades because it reminds you of what it felt like to be truly vulnerable. And the sight of that carcass downstream the next morning, fresh, torn, and brutal, made it clear. We had only been guests in that place, and we had been lucky that night to leave it alive and untouched. That is the end of it, as real and as clear as it gets. I have worked as a park ranger long enough to know the face of a place. I can read a patch of ground the way some people read a face, the way the pine needles lie after wind, the faint smudge of oil on a leaf where an old machine once rested, the scatter of glass like a map of careless nights. I know the sounds that belong to a canyon at night and the sounds that do not. I know how light moves down into a valley at dawn and where a fox will step if the moon is thin. I learned all that before I learned how quickly those things can be interrupted and how close people in wild places can come to each other without making a sound. The story I'm going to tell starts with a trip I took with my ex. I was not on duty. I was off, trying to leave the uniform behind and go back to what I had been before I wore the badge and the shirt with the logo. We drove out to McLeod, California, and then down toward a little place people called Squaw Valley. It is not the famous one. It is a small hollow carved into the side of the range, a thin road that drops and curves, and a single pullout where some pines lean over a clearing. The place was a pocket, a private slice of dark sky and low ground. We parked in that clearing and set up camp for the night. We slept in the car. It was not a tent night. The car made it simple, a back seat folded, a sleeping bag spread flat, a small camping lantern left on low. The air was cold and clear. The smell of burned brush from a distant burn line hung in the throat of the valley, and the pines carried a resinous weight that stuck to the skin. There was a thin thread of highway noise from far away, but mostly it was the soft living sound of the forest, small animals hunting, an owl's distant pressure, the low creak of needles as wind moved through the tops of trees. Both of us had the same dream that night. It is a strange thing to have the exact same dream as someone else. I had never lived through that before or since. When we woke, both of us sat there, heavy with the memory of it, the image printed bright and exact in our minds. We did not speak right away. There was no need. The dream had been vivid enough to leave a residue on the skin. The dream began in our car. It began in the way dawn begins in that hollow. Thin light, the hood of the car outlined, a clock between 5 and 6 in the morning. The air was the same cold air we had felt in real life. There were figures outside the car, 8 of them, dressed in black hoods. They were not human in a stylized or supernatural way. Rather, they wore clothes that removed detail, black fabric that hid faces and the shape of shoulders and hands. Their presence was deliberate, arranged like a slow formation around the vehicle. I saw them from a driver's perspective, the hood of the car in the lower corner vision. From every angle, the figures were the same. Tallish, quiet, precise. One moved toward the rear of the car. It came up close to the rear window and put both hands on the glass. In the dream, the palms were flat, like hands pressed to check whether what lay inside was truly there. I could tell in the dream that the hands were large, that they pressed with a careful weight that was strange for the stillness of the moment. The whole scene felt like a warning delivered without words. It was not a scream or the strike of violence. It was a presence noting a crossing. The feeling that came with it was an odd mixture of respect and tension, the sense that these things were powerful and patient. It was a cautious awareness more than fear. When we woke up, the dawn light was real, the time nearly the same as it had been in the dream. The car seats were cool. The lantern was off. No one was outside. The valley looked the same as it had the night before. But after the dream, it was different. We both remembered the details exactly. Even the timing, early, the time on the clock, the way the light pressed through the glass, matched between us. That match pushed at the edges of reason. Two different minds having the same image, the same small theater of detail, is disconcerting. It is a thing that makes you look at the world differently. We began to look more closely at the place. I felt a professional curiosity first. As a ranger, seeing a pattern makes me try to find a cause. The human brain will make patterns out of noise. It also will skip glaring facts to smooth a narrative. I knew that. I set that knowledge against what we had just experienced. There was an instinct to catalog and file. Check the site for fresh tracks, for signs of human activity, for something that would explain the feeling. When I stepped out of the car, my feet sank into a little patch of soft moss that held prints. The prints were small and evenly spaced, leading away from the clearing into a stand of trees. They were not recent, old enough for the edges to be softened, but they were there. I marked in my head. That was one thing. Another was a cluster of drug needles I found by the edge of the clearing. They were tucked in a thin clump of grass beside a rusted soda can. The needles were not sharp with recent use, but their presence was an unwanted human mark on a place that had the feel of being little known. The spot we had camped in was not an obvious campsite. It was not on a map. It was a favored place, hidden, the kind of place someone would take when they wanted to be unseen. The needles suggested that someone else had been there, someone who used the place in a way meant to be private. That fact made the dream feel less like something supernatural and more like a shared perception of a real human presence. The needles gave the dream a possible anchor. I went back to work after that, but the image kept memory. As a ranger, my job is to protect the land and the people who use it. That means dealing with the ordinary ways people harm the forest, litter, fires, illegal camps, and the more complicated issues like drug activity, which would be dangerous for hikers and animals alike. Over the next weeks, I made a point of checking that hollow. I walked the approach road during my off hours and during my patrols. I watched, cataloged, and noted. What became clear was that people did come there. They arrived at odd hours in the night, sometimes for as short as an hour. The tracks I followed led to a scattering of items. A torn tarpaulin rolled in a tangle, a plastic cooler with a cracked lid, a camp stove whose fuel canister had been emptied and left. There were cigarette butts pressed into the soil. A small, rusted pocket knife lay half buried. The things did not present a tidy picture of who. Nothing announced identity, except that both small groups and single people used the place at different times. The needles were the part that worried me. A used hypodermic is not only dangerous trash, it is a marker of people in need, of dependency, of behavior that can escalate into violence or disease spread. When I walked at dawn, I found the imprint of 8 sets of footprints at the edge of the clearing one morning. They were spaced in a semicircle, the toes angling slightly out. They did not look like tracks from random foot traffic. They looked arranged. They were not new, but their impression was strong enough to catch the eye. A formation, someone might say. My logic narrowed. Either a group had come and stood looking at the car at some point, or a single mind with a taste for ritual had done something to the ground to set a message. I try to keep my mind tethered. I'm not the sort of person to leap to the occult. There was also the sense among some locals' quiet talk I heard on long road drives, a mention in a coffee shop, a reference to someone called a watcher, that the place felt watched. People used the phrase forest watchers in a tongue-in-cheek way. Sometimes, it was a way of saying the woods had rules, that trespassers should be careful, that the land had its own custodians. That was the kind of rumor that can grow when people inhabit an area with deep roots. Stories accrete to a place like lichens. I try to find a rational explanation for the dream itself. When two people experience a similar dream, the most likely causes are shared stimuli. Carbon monoxide, food poisoning, a loud noise in the night, or perhaps a shared conversation before sleep that had fixed an image in both minds. But we had not spoken much before going to sleep. We had not been drinking heavily. The car was in good repair. There had been no smell of gas. There was, however, another shared thing that might explain it. A small, steady light that came from somewhere in the trees. It was the sort of light you can miss if you are not looking for it. A faint glow like a candle. It did not flicker like a campfire. It rested. I had noticed it on the drive in a tiny orange set among the trunks at the far edge of the clearing. Later, when I went out on patrol after that night, I saw a similar light moving with a slow, deliberate pace. It could have been a headlamp. It could have been a small lantern. It could have been a firefly cluster on a cold morning that lay low. The human brain will fixate on things that make it uneasy, and a light in the trees is a bright invitation to stories. I studied those facts and tried to pin them down. The more I looked, the more I recognized the truth that I have had to accept a dozen times as a ranger. Mystery is often a chain of small, mundane causes pulled tight. A place where people camp illegally will collect burned things, trash, and needles. A place people use at night can have strangers with their own reasons for being there. When strangers gather in the dark, a single movement can be interpreted as a threat. A hand on a window in the right light can look like something else entirely. Still, when I close my eyes now and let the sounds of the forest fill me, I can still feel the cold snap of that night. The memory is sharp like breath on glass, and it sits behind my ribs the way an old scar sits under the skin. Always there, sometimes dull, sometimes quick and white-hot. I tell this story often now, but never as a warning or a boast. I tell it because it shaped me. It'd been a corner of my life and left a flat place where something used to be. I tell it because I became a park ranger who had to learn how to look back through his own fear and read a place for what it really was. When I was 16, I was a Boy Scout. We went winter camping in a log cabin out in a part of the woods most people around town called the High Ridge. The cabin had been built generations ago, stacked logs and a stone chimney, a place you went to if you wanted to feel something older than yourself. There was no indoor plumbing, no power. We heated it with wood that needed splitting and jaw-lifting into the stove. Water had to be melted from snow. The floorboards creaked in ways that sounded like long sighs. I loved the place then because everything felt earned. Warmth, sleep, the hot, tinny taste of coffee at dawn. The older scouts liked it too, but in a different way. They liked the sense of being away from parents and rules, the small freedoms that came with being in the deep dark and the thin, blue flame of a small cigarette lighter. We waited until dark that night. The storm had passed earlier, but the wind still walked through the trees, making them shift and groan like old men. The sky was flat and black, the stars choked behind a milky film of cloud. We were 5 of us walking a half-mile into the woods, a short trip that felt enormous at that hour. We moved slow, boots sinking into the soft white. Someone had brought cigarettes. Someone had brought weed. I hadn't planned to do either. I had the feeling, the adolescent dare, that I was supposed to try everything once. The dark seemed to promise that things done in it would stay secret forever. We made a ring where the trees grew thick and close. The trunks were big and close-set, columns of needle and bark that made a small room of the forest. Above us, the trees leaned in and closed us in like a ceiling. The air smelled of spruce and cold leaf rot and the tiny, metallic tang of distant snow. We smelled smoke and warmed hands and damp wool. We passed the small roll of weed and the hard little lights. The circle felt familiar, a small planet with us at its center. For a while, nothing happened but the slow rotation of breath and smoke and the low sound of the wind working through the high branches. The world outside the circle was a black wall. I began to get the feeling of being watched. It comes on slow, like a stone dropped into a quiet pond. At first, there was a prickle along my neck and a tightening just behind my eyes. In a half-light, my head told me the trees looked like 1,000 quiet faces turned toward us. I tried to laugh it away, the nonsense jokes that boys make to keep their throats from tightening, but the laughter sounded thin even to me. When you're young and you want to be brave, bravery can exist as an act. I flared my flashlight and pointed it at the nearest tree. The beam caught bark and a little spray of snow at first. I moved the light across trunks, stopping over knots and ridges, finding nothing but dark bark and spider shadows. It did its honest work, picking out the simple things. Then the pencil of light landed on a man. He leaned against a tree as if he had been there all along, as if he had been a part of the tree and the tree had grown around him. He was older than any of us by decades. His skin, where the light hit it, looked almost the color of frost, a pale that had the wrong warmth to it. A white beard hung from his jaw in a ragged fall. He wore a coat that had seen many winters, matted wool and patches, sleeves thin at the cuffs. The light slid along his face and did not find surprise or fear. It found a womanless, unwinking stare, the kind you see in someone who has learned to stop expecting anything to change. He didn't move. He didn't flinch. He didn't seem to see the light. He didn't seem to see us. He simply stood there, near the base of his tree, looking in our direction with a fixed intensity that felt like a hand on the back of my neck. The sound of the forest shifted. The other boys registered him too. I don't remember anyone speaking. There was to be no talking. The rule we had set for that night, like some clumsy code of silence, was to keep this between us. It mattered less now. We were small, and our cigarettes were small. We were 5 kids in a ring. Here was a grown man in the trees who was doing whatever he had come to do. We got up and left. We didn't run, and we didn't sprint. We moved like something hungry flinches away from the light. The path back to the cabin felt longer by the second. Snow crunched under our boots in a dry, fast rhythm. By the time the dark walls of the cabin came into view, I was shaking. Not from the cold, but from something that had tightened in my chest in a way I had never felt before. We returned to the heat and the other boys, and the log cabin swallowed our noise. The old stove chewed at the air. No one asked what had happened. Later, some of us would tell older men at the troop about the incident. I cannot remember exactly how those stories changed in the telling. Stories do that. They lean toward the version that suits the ears that are listening. For me, the memory stuck as the simple fact of being watched by a man who did not seem to belong there. For years, I pictured him between the trunks, a pale statue that did not breathe. The years moved the mind like wind moves leaves. I left scouting, as many boys do, chipping away at the edges of it with time. I went to work and to college, and then later, by coincidence and design, I ended up in a job that paid me to know the woods. I worked as a seasonal ranger first, then took tests and learned the ropes. There is a narrow, quiet truth to being a ranger. You learn that everything in the park has a reason for being where it is. Animal trails are not random. A broken fence post marks a human route. A place where the grass is flattened in a certain way can tell you that a person had slept there a week ago. You learn to read footprints in the snow as if they were sentences. You learn to see the world as a long, slow series of choices and consequences, and you learn the difference between chance and intent. The forest settles into you like moss on stone. It teaches a patient sort of speaking that does not require words. One winter, several years after that nerve-war night, my beat included the old log cabin. I used to patrol that ridge in small shifts, checking on things, making sure the stove was safe, that stray hikers had proper permits, that hunters had not left trash. It was a different kind of moving through the woods now. What had once felt like a daring trespass in a blackness was now simply part of a map I knew by heart. Creek bends, the old birch that leaned like a tired man, a gap in the canopy where the light of the moon came down like a silver well. Still, sometimes when I walked these paths, that old tightness would visit. The place had a memory, and sometimes it spoke to me in ways that felt like former versions of myself had left messages carved into the trunks. That season, they called me out to a patch of woods not far from the cabin. A local hiker had come across something while following a deer track route. He had left hurriedly, hands cold and the skin around his lips flaring pink. He reported a small clearing and a shape against a tree and asked that someone check it. The report was simple, clinical: investigate, determine if there was danger. I prepared the usual gear and set off, letting my boots make the first marks in the fresh snow. The small things settled into a pattern. There were animal trails that crossed the main path: rabbit, squirrel, and the faint, long stride of a fox. There were broken twigs that suggested someone had passed in a hurry. I found no immediate sign of violence. As I neared the clearing, I tried to breathe evenly to keep everything routine. I knew the way fear could alter perception. I had felt it as a boy, and now I had to guard against it as a man whose job required calm. The trees opened, and there, against a white backdrop, was a small collection of objects. There was a lean-to of low branches, a small, neat pile of wood shavings, a battered thermos, and a blanket that had once been blue and now was a blotched gray. The place had the neat disorder of a camp lived in for months, and sometimes a lifetime. A pair of worn boots sat next to the lean-to, positioned as if their owner had stepped out and would soon return. I found the tracks. They led to, and from the lean-to, small, uneven prints, the kind made by an elderly person whose feet had started to shuffle. There were marks at the base of a tree where someone had packed snow away in a circle and then sat. Nothing about the place screamed danger, but it felt intimate in a way that rubbed my skin. I looked for papers and found a small folded sheet, damp and brittle. The paper carried a name, and below a series of dates. The name was Elias. The dates were recent, and then older, the pattern of a life that had existed in small increments, recorded as if someone kept counting the days like stitches. The last date on the sheet was I've worked as a ranger for a number of years, but there are certain nights that don't leave you, no matter how much time passes. Some experiences stay locked inside your head because you know they really happened. They weren't tricks of the imagination, and they left you with a feeling you'll never be able to shake. This one happened back when I was still fairly new to the job, though I already knew the woods as well as the back of my hand. I thought I did, at least. It was late fall, right after the leaves had mostly dropped, but before the snow had started to stick to the ground. Nights ran long and bitter cold, and every sound carried twice as far through the bare woods. I got assigned to keep an eye on a parcel of land out in central Pennsylvania that the state had only recently bought up and opened to the public. It was close to 100 acres, thick hardwoods and ridgelines, with nothing but private farmland surrounding it for miles. No permanent structures, no cabins, and no cell service in most of it. It was the sort of property that was beautiful during the day, but when the sun dropped and the woods swallowed you up, it turned into a different place entirely. I decided to spend the weekend out there, partly to scout the area and partly just to put boots on the ground and see how the land felt. We do that sometimes, especially when people start camping in places we haven't had staff on before. I wanted to know what kind of wildlife moved through, where the ridges funneled deer, where the streams cut sharp drop-offs, and where the natural campsites would probably pop up. And of course, I wanted to see if the place carried sound at night the way a lot of hollowed-out ridges do. That Friday, a buddy of mine tagged along. He wasn't a ranger, just a good friend who liked being outdoors and had no problem with primitive camping. He had the same stubborn streak I did, the kind that likes to leave the phone at home, carry everything on your back, and sleep in the dirt even when the frost settles. We threw together enough gear to last 3 days. Nothing special, just a couple of tarps, a small tent, sleeping bags, and some food. We parked the truck down near the road and hiked in a mile or so until we found a flat patch near a ridge that overlooked a valley. By the time we had camp set, it was nearly dark. The air had that sharp edge to it, the kind that cuts into your nose and lungs. The forest was mostly silent except for the crunch of leaves when we walked around. There weren't many birds left that late in the season, and the squirrels were quiet too. already hunkering down for the night. The stillness had a weight to it, the kind you notice after you've been away from human noise for too long. My buddy ate quick, crawled into his bag, and was out almost immediately. He could fall asleep anywhere, anytime, and he never seemed to worry about what was moving in the woods around him. Me, I've never been like that. I need time to wind down. I lay there on top of my bag, listening to every creak of the trees and every rustle of leaves, waiting for my mind to settle. It was one of those nights where you're aware of every small sound because of how quiet everything else is. My eyes adjusted to the dim light leaking in through the tent walls, and I tried to drift. That's when it hit me, the scream. It tore across the woods so suddenly, so violently, that I thought someone had been stabbed 20 feet from the tent. It wasn't a drawn-out wail. It was sharp, high-pitched, and furious. A sound that cut through the marrow of my bones. My chest locked up. I didn't even breathe for a few seconds. I knew animal sounds. I'd heard coyotes, foxes, owls, even a fisher cat once. But this sounded different in the moment, more human than anything. The worst part was how close it felt. It came from just off the tree line, no more than a stone's throw away. I snapped my head toward my buddy, half expecting him to bolt upright. But he was dead asleep, breathing slow and steady. I nudged him hard with my elbow once, twice, but he didn't even shift. My own heart hammered so loudly I swore the thing outside could hear it. The forest fell quiet again, but the silence wasn't clean anymore. It carried a pressure, like the woods themselves were waiting. I kept straining my ears, trying to find any sign of movement, and that's when I heard it, leaves crunching fast, heavy, tearing across the ground. Whatever it was, it ran past the tent, close enough that the ground thumped under it. A branch snapped and scraped against the side of the nylon wall. I froze, gripping the knife I always kept near my bag. And then nothing. No footsteps, no scream, no sound at all. Just the kind of silence that makes your body coil up like a spring. I waited, every muscle locked, for what felt like an hour. In reality, it was probably only minutes. The cold eventually forced me deeper in my bag, and I lay there with my ears wide open, listening for the smallest crack of a twig. Somehow, eventually, I drifted into a shallow, broken sleep. When the morning came, I stepped out of the tent expecting to see tracks or something, some sign that an animal had been tearing around our camp. The ground was covered in dead leaves, so it wasn't easy to pick anything out, but I found a couple spots where the leaves were scattered and pushed aside, like something big had barreled through. The snapped branch that had hit the tent was lying right there beside us. I stared at it longer than I should have, wondering how close I'd come to pulling my knife on a shadow. We went about the day as normal. My buddy had no idea what had happened, and I didn't bother telling him then. I didn't want him to think I was jumping at shadows. We hiked the ridges, scouted some natural clearings, and came back to camp by sundown. He was worn out again and passed out almost instantly, just like before. I, on the other hand, lay there staring at the nylon ceiling of the tent, waiting for the woods to come alive again. And sure enough, the sound came back. This time it was farther off, echoing through the hollow, but the scream was the same. Piercing, ragged, cutting through the cold. I felt my stomach drop. I knew then it had to be a bobcat. I'd read enough and heard enough recordings afterward to make sense of it. But in the middle of the night, in the pitch dark with nothing but thin nylon between you and the woods, that knowledge didn't bring much comfort. The scream still sounded human, like someone being torn apart in the distance. And once you hear it, you can't unhear it. The rest of the night passed without anything charging past our tent, but I barely slept. Every crack of a branch felt like something circling just out of sight. Every gust of wind through the trees carried weight. I spent the night gripping the handle of my knife, counting down the hours until sunrise. By the third day, I was exhausted. My buddy was still full of energy, eating and laughing like nothing was wrong, but I felt hollowed out. We packed up camp that morning, hiked back to the truck, and drove home. I didn't breathe easy until we were back on paved roads with cell service buzzing back into my phone. For weeks afterward, though, I couldn't get the sound out of my head. I replayed that first scream over and over, remembering how close it had felt, how sharp it was, how the ground shook when something bolted past the tent right after. I kept asking myself why it had come so close, why it ran right past us, why it knocked that branch into the tent wall. Maybe it was just moving through the woods. Maybe it didn't even notice us. Or maybe it was curious and checked us out before darting away. Whatever the reason, that night made something clear to me. When you're out in the wild, the woods don't care who you are or how prepared you think you might be. You're just another body in the dirt, another sound in the dark. Even now, years later, every time I hear a bobcat scream, or even just think about it, I'm taken right back to that night. Lying awake in the tent, cold air pressing in, waiting for something to crash through the nylon wall. I've been in plenty of dangerous situations since, from injured hikers to black bear encounters, but nothing ever made my blood run cold the way that sound did. It wasn't paranormal, it wasn't supernatural, it was just the wild being the wild. But that's the point. The real fear doesn't always come from what you can't explain. It comes from what's real, what's close, and what's hunting in the same woods where you're trying to sleep. That night taught me to respect the silence of the forest in a way I hadn't before. It isn't empty. It's full, alive, and waiting. And sometimes, if you're unlucky, it screams back at you. When I look back now, more than 2 decades later, I sometimes wonder how different my life might have turned out if we hadn't decided to camp at Swanee State Park during our honeymoon. We were in our mid-20s, still full of that headstrong mix of stubbornness and blind trust that comes from youth. We thought we were untouchable, as if nothing bad could ever really happen to us. The whole trip was supposed to be about freedom and adventure. It turned into one of the most terrifying nights of my life. One that still wakes me up in the dark hours before dawn, heart pounding, with the image of a man standing just beyond the glow of a campfire burned into my mind. It was late September, 21 years ago. Florida was still heavy with heat during the day, but the evenings carried that faint shift where the humidity backed off just enough to be tolerable. Most families had gone back home after summer vacations, so we figured the campground would be quiet, maybe even close to empty. That appealed to us. We thought of it as privacy, as having a whole state park almost to ourselves for a couple of nights. What we didn't think about was how being alone also meant being vulnerable. We pulled into Swanee State Park in the late afternoon. The place was beautiful in its own right. Tall pines mixed with scrub oaks, the faint smell of damp earth from the nearby river, and a long road that wound in before opening into a clearing where the ranger station sat. The building was small, just a squat wooden structure with a screened-in porch. It looked like something out another time, and even then I remember thinking it felt cut off, like nobody had updated anything in years. The man who checked us in came out from the porch. He wore the uniform, the patch with the park name stitched on his sleeve, the hat that looked official enough, but the way he carried himself was off. Too casual, like he wasn't really working, but more like he was playing the role. His shirt was half untucked, and there were dark stains near the buttons. He looked us over slowly, not in a friendly way, but as if he were measuring us. His eyes stayed too long on me and then moved to my wife. I remember clearly the way he started asking questions that didn't fit the usual check-in. Not just what site we wanted or how many nights. He asked if we had a dog. When we said no, he pressed again, almost disappointed. Then he asked if we had weapons with us, anything for protection. I laughed it off at first, thinking maybe he was just warning us about bears or wild hogs, but he didn't explain. He only said that once the gate closed at night, it stayed closed until morning and no one could come or go. He pointed at the chain link gate down the road and told us it would be locked. The way he said it wasn't reassuring. It sounded final, like a warning more than a policy. We signed the paper, got our site number, and drove deeper into the park. The further we went, the more I noticed how empty it was. Campsites stretched along the loop, but none were taken. No tents, no trailers, no kids riding bikes. Just empty gravel pads and picnic tables, scattered fire rings with ash long gone cold. The silence of it was heavy. Even the birds seemed scarce. We found our spot tucked under a stand of pines. It looked fine enough with a table and fire pit, flat ground for the tent. We unpacked slowly, setting up as the sun dipped behind the trees. I had imagined laughter, sizzling food, the glow of firelight on my new wife's face, the kind of memory you tell your kids about someday. Instead, almost immediately, little things started going wrong. The wind picked up just as we were trying to get the stove lit. The pot tipped, spilling half the food into the dirt. The lighter gave us trouble. The air felt heavier than it should have. I brushed it all off as normal camping struggles, but I could see the frustration growing in her eyes. By the time the fire caught, full darkness had spread through the trees. Without other campers nearby, the night seemed darker than usual, as if the forest itself leaned in closer. The glow from our fire barely pushed it back. I was feeding and kindling when I caught the first glimpse of him. He was standing half hidden behind a tree about 30 yards away, just far enough that I couldn't make out details, but close enough that I knew exactly who it was, the ranger from the station. He wasn't walking past, wasn't checking sights. He was just standing there, head tilted slightly, his body angled so he could see us, but most of him stayed behind a tree trunk. My stomach tightened instantly. I tried to make sense of it. Maybe he was patrolling, maybe he thought we needed help. Maybe anything, but the longer I looked, the more wrong it felt. He didn't move, didn't say a word, didn't shine a flashlight, or do anything a ranger would normally do. He was just watching. I stood up, made my presence bigger. He shifted slightly, stepped out a few paces as if caught, then turned and strolled away like it was nothing. He didn't wave, didn't acknowledge us, just walked into the shadows until I couldn't see him anymore. I tried to calm myself down, told myself I was imagining the worst. But less than 10 minutes later, when I got up to grab something from the car, I saw him again. This time on the opposite side of our site, crouched partly behind another tree. It was the same thing all over again. He thought he was hidden, but his shoulder caught the firelight. He was circling us. That was the moment everything shifted. My chest went tight. My brain stopped making excuses. We weren't imagining it. This wasn't normal. We were being watched, hunted even. The questions he had asked to check in rushed back into my mind. The dog, the weapons, the locked gate. I didn't tell her everything I was feeling. I just said we needed to pack up, that I didn't like the way the night was shaping up. She looked at me with fear already growing in her eyes, so I knew she had felt it too. We worked fast, shoving gear into bags, yanking tent stakes out with shaking hands. The fire sputtered as we kicked dirt over it. Every few seconds, I glanced toward the trees, half expecting him to be closer, maybe stepping into the light with something in his hand. When we loaded the car, the sense of urgency was so sharp it made my hands clumsy. My only thought was getting to the gate and out. But when we reached it, the reality hit. It was locked, just as he had promised. A thick chain threaded through the bars, closed with a heavy padlock. Behind us, the road was nothing but blackness. For one terrible moment, I thought we were trapped. My skin prickled with sweat, my ears straining for footsteps. That was when she remembered the bolt cutters. Months earlier, I had tossed them in the trunk after moving some things, too heavy to carry back to the garage. We hadn't thought of them since. Now they were the one thing standing between us and being cornered in that park all night. I dug through the trunk, throwing gear aside until my hands closed around the cold metal handles. I worked the cutters into the chain, squeezed with everything I had. The steel snapped, louder than I expected, echoing into the night. I pulled the gate open just enough for the car to squeeze through. We didn't look back. I drove with my hands locked on the wheel, staring at the road until the dark pines gave way to the faint glow of the highway. Only then did I breathe fully again. Only then did I realize how close we had come to something we still don't have a name for. We never reported it. We told ourselves maybe he was just strange, maybe we overreacted. But deep down, I know better. I know what it feels like to be prey, to be studied by another human being with intentions that are not good. If we hadn't left when we did, if we hadn't had those bolt cutters, if we had tried to wait until morning, I don't let myself finish that thought. The years since have dulled a lot of things, but not that night. I still see the firelight flickering on his shoulder as he hid behind the tree. I still feel the weight of the chain in my hands, the terror of knowing we were locked inside with him. We wanted adventure, and instead we found something that could have destroyed us before our marriage had even begun. Sometimes when people ask about our honeymoon, I give them the simple version. The camping trip that didn't work out, the bad food, the bolt cutters. I don't tell them the whole truth. Because the truth is, there was a man in that park, wearing a uniform, using the cover of authority to hide something far darker. And for one night, we were the only ones there to see it. That's why I'll never camp in an empty park again. I'll never trust the quiet the same way. Because quiet hides things. Quiet lets people watch without being seen. And 21 years later, I still know exactly how it feels when you realize someone is waiting for you to make the wrong move just out of sight in the dark. I live about a mile away from the Manassas National Battlefield Park. For anyone who doesn't know, it's a big stretch of land in Virginia where two major Civil War battles happened. The place has some old buildings you can visit, a visitor center, a few cannons set up, and plenty of those plaques and markers that tell you what part of the battle went down in the area you're standing in. But most of it is just open fields rolling out for miles, patches of woods, streams, and long trails that wind through the landscape. It's the kind of place where on a quiet day, you can walk for hours and barely run into anyone. I've always liked having it nearby. It's the sort of place where you can step back from all the noise of modern life. Just stand in the grass and listen to the wind and maybe picture what it must have been like back in the 1860s when thousands of men were marching, shooting, and dying in the same fields. There's a weight to the ground there, a sense of history that you can feel in your chest when you stand still long enough. I've got a cat who loves the outdoors more than most cats do. He's the type that doesn't just sit in a sunny window. He wants to be out in the trees, sniffing everything, rolling in the dirt, stalking bugs. He's so hooked on it that I trained him to walk on a leash and harness. It might sound strange, but it works. He's calmer in the woods than he ever is at home. And when we're on the trail, he acts more like a dog, curious and bold, pulling me along with surprising strength for such a small animal. A couple of weeks back, I decided to take him to the battlefield for the first time. We had only recently moved to this side of town, and up to that point, I'd stuck to the smaller woods near my house. But I thought it might be good to give him some new ground to explore, something bigger. He'd been restless, and I figured the open air and longer trails would wear him out in a good way. That morning was clear, the kind of late summer morning where the sky is washed pale blue and the heat hasn't set in yet. I loaded him into the car, his carrier on the seat beside me, and drove out to one of the forested trailheads. The battlefield has a mix of open meadow trails and ones that cut through patches of woods, and I figured the shaded forest would be best for him since it was going to get hot later. When we pulled into the gravel parking lot, there were a couple of people standing around talking by their cars. My cat doesn't like strangers. If he sees people he doesn't know, he gets skittish, and I have to either carry him past or wait until the coast is clear. So I picked him up, tucked against my chest with his little harness already strapped on, and walked us down toward the tree line where the trail started. As soon as I set him down at the trailhead, I noticed something was off. Normally, when his paws touch dirt, he perks right up, nose twitching, tail high, ready to explore. But this time he froze. His ears were flattened back, his body stiff, and he just crouched there. He wasn't trembling, but he looked unsure in a way I'd never seen before. I gave him a moment, thinking maybe he was just thrown off by the new smells or sounds. There were birds overhead, cicadas buzzing, the crunch of gravel behind us from the parking lot. Nothing unusual. I gave him a light tug, and he finally started moving, slowly, paws picking carefully over the dirt. We made it maybe 50 yards down the trail. The woods closed in a little, not thick, but enough that the light dimmed under the canopy. That's when he stopped again. He froze in place, eyes locked straight ahead at something I couldn't see. Then he started backing up, his legs stiff, his head low. He only does that when he's panicked enough to try slipping out of his harness. And I could see right away that he was working himself into that state. I scanned the trail. Nothing. No people, no deer, not even a squirrel. Just the dirt path winding forward into the trees. Still, my gut tightened. I know animals notice things we don't, sense faint movements. If he was reacting this strongly, something had to be wrong. I crouched down, slipped my arms under him, and picked him up. He pressed against me hard, digging his claws lightly into my arm through my shirt, which he doesn't normally do. I carried him back toward the trailhead, trying to shake the feeling that I'd just stepped into something I wasn't supposed to. My plan was to try one of the meadow trails instead. Open ground, full sun, less chance of surprising wildlife. When we got back to the trailhead, I set him down again, this time facing the meadow path. At first, he resisted. His whole body leaned toward the parking lot like he was ready to sprint back to the car. But I nudged him forward, and he reluctantly padded a few steps into the tall grass. The meadow stretched out wide, golden weeds swaying, the trail just a narrow dirt cut through it all. It should have felt safer than the woods. But he didn't relax. He slunk forward maybe 10, 15 yards, stopping every few seconds to glance up at me. Not curious looks, but sharp, questioning ones, like he couldn't understand why I was making him walk there. His tail was low, his ears twitching constantly. Then just like before, he stopped dead, turned around, and bolted. I kept hold of the leash, but he pulled so hard I had to jog to keep up. He tore straight back to the parking lot, claws scrabbling on the gravel, and parked himself by the car, panting. That was the end of it. He refused to move again, no matter how much coaxing I tried. I finally lifted him, put him back in the carrier, and we drove home. The whole way, he sat pressed against the back of the carrier, staring out the window like he couldn't get enough distance fast enough. At first, I wanted to brush it off as nothing. Cats are strange animals, easily spooked by scents or sound we don't notice. But the longer I thought about it, the more it stuck with me. He's bold in the woods, braver than most dogs I've known. For him to react like that, not once but twice in two completely different areas, it didn't make sense. I went back the next day on my own. No cat this time, just me, walking the same forest trail where he had first balked. I paid closer attention. About 50 yards in, right where he froze, I noticed something I'd missed before. The air smelled faintly of rot. Not the sharp stench of a dead animal lying out in the open, but something older, deeper, like earth that had been disturbed and left damp too long. The smell drifted on and off with the breeze, never strong, but enough that I caught it several times. I scanned the woods. The ground there dips slightly with patches of thicker undergrowth. No obvious carcass, no trash, no sign of anyone camping. But as I stood there, the woods went strangely quiet. The cicadas cut out, the birds stopped. It was the kind of silence that presses in, where even your own breathing feels too loud. I walked a little farther, uneasy, and then turned back. I couldn't shake the thought that maybe my cat had been right. Maybe there was something in that patch of woods, something dead, something sick, something I wasn't meant to stumble on. Later, I read up more on the area. Turns out those trails cut right through some of the heaviest parts of the battlefield. Men had died by the hundreds in those fields and woods, many of them buried hastily in shallow ground before being moved later. Not all of them were accounted for. There are records of remains being uncovered decades later when farmers plowed their fields, even as recent as the 20th century. I can't prove that's what my cat reacted to. I didn't see anything, didn't hear anything, didn't find bones in the soil. But the timing, the spot, the way he bolted, it all adds up to something I can't ignore. Maybe he smelled old remains still buried somewhere off trail. Maybe he sensed a predator or danger I couldn't detect. Either way, I haven't taken him back since. Now, when we go hiking, we stick to the small woods closer to home. He's back to his old self there, confident, happy, tail high. But whenever I drive past the battlefield, especially that trailhead, I get a cold feeling in my stomach. I think about how quickly he wanted to leave, how urgent it seemed to him, and how strong my own unease felt when I went back alone. That place holds more than just history carved on plaques. The ground remembers, even if most people walking there never notice. My cat did, though. He knew something was wrong the moment his paws touched that trail. And after what I felt, I trust his instincts more than my own. Some places just don't want you there, and that part of the battlefield is one of them. I worked as a seasonal ranger along the rugged coast of Northern California, not far from Big Sur. That stretch of land has a way of swallowing people whole if they're not careful. The redwoods grow tall enough to blot out the sky in some places, and the fog drifts inland from the ocean like a living thing. Even on clear days, there are patches of forest that never seem to lose their shadows. My job was to patrol campgrounds, maintain trails, and keep track of whatever problems might arise. I'd spent enough years in the backcountry to think I had a good handle on what was out there. But one afternoon, I stumbled into something that still creeps into my thoughts every now and then, even decades later. It was late spring, the kind of day when the clouds press low and gray, and the air feels damp before the rain even falls. I had been assigned to check the condition of a smaller, more secluded campground tucked away from the main roads. It was the kind of place that didn't see much traffic, just a handful of campers who preferred solitude over the packed sites closer to the beach. I remember my boots were still wet from the morning drizzle as I walked the path away from the loop. The trail narrowed quickly, swallowed by trees on both sides, and the sound of the ocean faded until all I could hear was the creak of branches and the scrape of my own steps. The woods out there were thick with tan oak, redwood, and fir. Fallen needles blanketed the ground, and when the wind shifted, I caught the faint, sweet rot of mushrooms hidden somewhere beneath the undergrowth. I wasn't looking for anything in particular, just checking for signs of illegal campsites, fire rings, or garbage left behind. But I had a habit of wandering down the smaller paths when I found them. Most of the time, they led to old logging cuts or deer tracks, but every so often they revealed something interesting. An abandoned structure, a forgotten orchard, or sometimes nothing at all except silence and damp moss. That afternoon, I came across one of those smaller trails. It'd been off to the left, half overgrown with ferns and blackberry, almost as if the forest wanted to take it back. I paused there for a moment, listening. The usual sounds of the forest, birds, the rustle of squirrels, were muted, and the air carried a stillness I couldn't quite put my finger on. I decided to follow it anyway, my curiosity always stronger than my sense. I ducked beneath a low branch and pressed forward. The trail wound gently downhill before leveling out, and after a few minutes, the trees opened up into a clearing. It wasn't a meadow. There was no grass, no wildflowers, nothing soft about it. The ground was bare, as though the trees had been cut away years ago, leaving a raw, empty space. And right there in the center stood something that made me stop in my tracks. It was an old corral, if you could call it that. A circle made of logs stacked and locked together, weathered gray with age. The thing rose about 5 feet high. No gate, no obvious way in or out, just a ring of it slowly giving in to rot. I stood at the edge of the clearing, studying it. At first, I thought maybe it was the remains of some long-forgotten ranching attempt, though it was strange to see something like that so deep in the woods. I'd seen remnants of homesteads before, fences falling apart, fruit trees still clinging to life, but this was different. It was too intact, too deliberate, as though someone had gone through the trouble of keeping it standing. Curiosity pulled me closer. The wood was rough beneath my hand, dry and splintering. I circled halfway around before realizing there was something inside. At first glance, I thought it was just branches piled up by the wind, but the more I looked, the more I realized it was intentional. A structure of some sort, built from sticks and smaller limbs, carefully arranged. Rectangular, low to the ground, with 3 sides and a roof. Maybe 3 feet high. It reminded me of the makeshift shelters I'd seen kids build in the woods, except this was far more deliberate. The roof was layered, almost woven, and the opening was just tall enough for something to crawl inside. I crouched on the corral's edge, peering in. The shelter was deep, the shadows swallowing whatever was inside. I couldn't see the back. What caught my attention, though, was the ground around it. Dark scat, fresh enough to carry a shine, lay just outside the opening. A couple of piles, spaced about 2 feet from each other. Not the usual deer or raccoon droppings I was used to seeing. Larger, denser, something I couldn't immediately identify. It didn't look like it belonged to any animal I recognized from the area. My stomach tightened as I realized how fresh it was. The first wave of unease hit me then. It wasn't logical. It was a heavy, gut-deep feeling that I shouldn't be there. The air around the clearing felt colder, the silence heavier. My skin prickled as though I'd stepped across a line I wasn't supposed to cross. I've been alone in the woods plenty of times, miles from anyone, but this felt different. It was as though the space itself rejected me. as though the clearing was meant for something else entirely. I don't remember making the decision to leave. One moment I was crouched on the edge of that corral, staring at the dark mouth of that shelter, and the next I was climbing back down, my boots slipping against the damp wood. The dread built so fast it was dizzying. The hair on my neck stood on end, and every step I took away from the circle felt like I was trying to pull free from something heavy pressing against me. I didn't dare look over my shoulder. The feeling of being watched was so strong. It was like heat on my back. My legs carried me faster than I realized, out of the clearing, back up the narrow trail, branches snapping against my arms as I pushed through. I don't remember much of that hike back. The details blur together, shadows twisting, the forest pressing close, but I do remember the relief when I finally saw the gravel road leading to the campground. My breath came hard, my chest tight, and my palms were damp with sweat. I stood there for a while, staring back into the trees, half expecting something to follow me out. Nothing did. The woods stood still, calm, as though none of it had happened. I never told anyone about what I'd found. Not officially, anyway. It didn't seem like something I could put in a report. What would I write? Strange corral with a shelter inside. Evidence of something living there. Unknown origin. I already knew how it would sound. People would laugh, dismiss it, or worse, send me back to take a closer look. And I wanted no part of that place again. Over the years, I tried to make sense of it. The corral could have been the remains of an old livestock pen, though its location made no sense, and the shelter inside was too deliberate to be accidental. The scat haunted me more than anything. I've seen bear sign plenty of times, but this wasn't bear. It wasn't human either, not in any way that made sense. Whatever had built that shelter inside the corral had done so carefully, with intent, and it was still using it when I stumbled upon it. That much I knew. I stayed on as a ranger for many more seasons after that, walked miles of trails, camped alone beneath towering trees, and faced plenty of things that could have gone bad. But nothing ever unsettled me the way that clearing did. Even now, when I think back, I can still feel that weight in my chest, that primal warning that I had walked into something I shouldn't have seen. There are places in the forest that belong to us, and there are places that don't. That corral, that shelter, whatever lived inside it, it didn't belong to me, and I had no business being there. I left, and I never went back. That was over 40 years ago, but I can still picture it perfectly. The gray wood, the dark opening, the piles of scat lined neatly outside like markers. It reminds me that the wilderness isn't just scenery or a playground. It holds secrets, old and new, and sometimes the best thing you can do is walk away and let them stay hidden. I have been working as a seasonal ranger in Coconino National Forest for a few years, and most of my shifts felt routine. Long days of driving Forest Service roads, checking trailheads, watching for fires, keeping an eye out for lost hikers, the usual things that come with covering such a huge area of wilderness. When people think of ranger work, they usually picture clearing trails or pointing families toward the visitor center maps. But the reality is that most of the job involves being out alone, driving for miles on quiet dirt roads, sometimes in the middle of the night, making sure nothing is burning, nothing is blocked, and nothing unusual is happening. That part of Arizona is beautiful, but also intimidating if you stop and really think about the scale of it. The forest stretches on for what feels like forever, rolling hills covered in ponderosa pines, long stretches of open meadow broken up by dark thickets of trees, and then sudden rises where the ground drops into deep canyons or rocky slopes. At night, it becomes an entirely different place. The trees seem darker than they should be, the silence feels thicker, and the distances between you and the nearest town feel like hundreds of miles, even if they aren't. Driving those back roads at night was something I gotten used to, but it still put me on edge more often than I wanted to admit. This story happened late in the season, in early fall when the nights start to cool but the days are still warm. I had been assigned to do a night drive from one end of the forest to the other, a route I had taken many times before. The main reason was to check that a set of road signs hadn't been vandalized. People sometimes shot them up or ripped them out, and also to keep an eye out for any stranded motorists or campers. Most people were gone by that time of year, so the roads were quiet. I started the drive a little before midnight, headlights cutting through the dark trees. Radio mostly silent except for static. The first hour passed without much happening. I stopped at a turnout to make sure the sign was still there, which it was. I logged it on a clipboard and continued on. The road was long, mostly dirt, with only occasional patches of pavement. My truck rattled on the washboard stretches, and I kept my hands tied on the wheel. Every so often I would spot the reflective eyes of deer in the brush, or the shadow of a fox darting across the road. Those sightings were normal. You always expect animals at night, especially deer and elk. Hitting one could be dangerous, so I drove a little slower than I might during the day. Somewhere around 1 in the morning, I reached a stretch of the road that wound deeper into the forest. It was one of those places where the trees seemed to close in tighter, the headlights only reaching a short distance before being swallowed by black. I was tired but alert, sitting forward in my seat, when something unexpected happened. As I rounded a curve, I saw what I thought was a person standing on the right side of the road. It startled me because in all my time driving those roads at night, I had only ever seen maybe 1 or 2 people that late, and both had been campers walking near established sites. But this was nowhere near a site, nowhere near a trailhead, nowhere near anything. My headlights caught her just enough for me to register that it was a woman standing very still, her arm lifted straight out, pointing across the road toward the trees on the other side. I hit the brakes harder than I meant to, the truck skidding just a little before I got it under control. The first thing that hit me wasn't even fear, it was confusion. What was she doing out there? Why was she standing like that? Her gesture wasn't casual. It wasn't like she was waving or trying to flag me down. It was deliberate, her arm rigid, pointing with purpose into the brush. My first thought was that maybe she was a camper who had gotten lost, maybe disoriented and trying to get my attention. But as soon as I slowed, I looked where she was pointing and I saw movement. Out from the trees stepped one of the biggest bull elk I have ever seen in my life. His rack spread wide, his body massive, heavy muscles shifting under his dark hide. Behind him, several cows emerged, following close. They were crossing directly where my truck would have been if I had kept going. At my speed, there would have been no way to stop in time. I would have slammed into him, maybe killed myself in the process. The sight jolted me hard. I sat there gripping the wheel, heart pounding, watching as the bull moved slowly across the road, his head lifted like he owned the night. The cows followed, their hooves clattering softly on the hard dirt. I waited until they all passed into the trees on the opposite side, fading back into shadow. When I turned my eyes back to where the woman had been, she was gone. At first I thought maybe I had just missed her moving, but I looked carefully, shining my headlights along the side of the road, even reversing a bit to check. Nothing. No figure, no movement, no sign of anyone. It was as if she had never been there at all. I forced myself to think rationally. Maybe I'd seen her wrong. Maybe it was a tree stump or a branch that my brain had mistaken for a person in that split second of panic. But the image was burned into my head too clearly. The shape had been human, standing upright, arm extended, finger pointing. It wasn't something vague, it was precise. Still, I didn't want to dwell on it too long. I was alone in the middle of the forest, late at night, and I knew that letting my imagination run wild was a bad idea. I told myself it was possible that it really was a camper, someone who saw the elk before I did and tried to warn me, then stepped back into the woods quickly. But even as I thought it, I knew how unlikely that was. No one camps that far from the sites, not without a vehicle nearby, and I hadn't seen anything on the road for miles. I continued driving, slower now, more alert than ever. Every shadow seemed to shift, every cluster of trees seemed to hold something. The rest of the night felt longer than it should have. I kept replaying the moment in my head. The woman pointing, the bull elk stepping out, the narrow miss that could have ended badly. When I finally made it back to the station near dawn, I parked the truck and sat in the cab for a long minute before getting out. My hands were still stiff from gripping the wheel. I walked inside, filled out my report, and kept it simple. Routine patrol, sign intact, elk crossing at mile marker such and such. I didn't mention the woman. I didn't know how to explain it without sounding like I'd lost it, and besides, nothing technically happened. I didn't crash, I didn't find anyone, there was no incident to record. But the image never left me. Even now, thinking back on it, I know what I saw. A woman standing alone on the roadside, pointing with purpose, just in time for me to stop before hitting a bull elk that could have destroyed my truck and maybe killed me. I can't explain it, and I've never seen anything like it again, but that night made me more cautious than I had ever been. Every time I drive those roads now, I slow down at blind curves, I scan harder into the trees, I double-check every movement. That forest is vast and mostly empty, but sometimes you come across something that makes you realize just how small you are inside it. And the scariest part wasn't even the elk, or the near miss, or the thought of what could have happened if I hadn't stopped. The scariest part was knowing that deep in a place where no one should have been, someone or something was standing on that roadside, watching, pointing, guiding me away from disaster, then disappearing into the night like they were never there. That was years ago, but even now, when I drive through Coconino at night, I can't help but keep one eye on the side of the road, half expecting to see that rigid arm again, pointing into the trees.